Okay, then you should be hearing me fine. And let me just say welcome to everybody on YouTube and the people listening on Twitter and the people who are just very, very patient for that very, very, very dead ear of 5 minutes. Um, Thank you very much for joining us for another week of Bricktalk. And Dana, you can hear me clearly, right?
Yep, loud and clear, bro.
All
What's
right,
going on?
perfect. Nothing much. I decided that it was a great time since we drop on the first day of July. To
Mm-hmm.
oh, and by the way, anybody wondering whether not seen Danai, I think him having trouble with the machine. Or well, you can tell him that Danai.
Internet can't connect on both, so just the point of phone right now.
All right, and I'll try to ensure that people can hear you properly and hear you clearly. And of course, I'm sure the people on YouTube will tell me if they can't. You can see on the screen, we're taking all our data from mymoneyja.com. So yeah, call this week's Brick Talk the halfway brick. I mean, they're not halfway through, which everybody know about, and halfway through the year. So I figure at this point we are the first trading day out in the second half of the year, the second 6 months. So it's a great opportunity to look at the first 6 months and see, we like, what we didn't like, what we learn, what we don't learn, and maybe a little taste of what we think is coming. If we have time for all of that, of course. I'm Randy. That's Danhai, who's this embodied voice that you're hearing. And this is the second intro of Brick Talk. And maybe I'll do one more time if I'm bored later on. Anyway, last thing I should tell you guys is that Danhai is a licensed investment advisor. I am not. I'm not giving advice at all. And on this show, he is not acting like an advisor. Just two guys talking about stocks, right? So glad everybody should know that it is absolutely not financial advice, and you should seek any actual investment advisory decisions from a licensed investment advisor. And the best one that I can recommend is Danhai Hall at thehalladvisory.com. All right, Danhai, I'm definitely sending you my invoice. So, with all that said, what's up?
Yeah, bro. Tired like hell, but we push on.
Yeah, well, are you covered? I should ask. You mentioned,
I'm good now. I'm good now. All is well.
all right, cut and clear and pass and forward back. All right. Um, how you half year? Thinking about the stock
Half year,
market.
half year doing really well. Just looking forward to what's to come. It's very interesting shape the market is. This market has taken recently. I think the market is doing all those shifts in how exactly it's moving and how people within the market are acting.
Word. All right. Give the people less esoteric though. You have to walk the line, of course, between what you can and can't say. But yeah, give the people a little bit more idea. Like what from your view, what do you think when you say how the market is acting or how it's
I
evolving?
think in the name again, people you mentioned some time ago, how people react to the recency bias. So you can
Mm-hmm.
say think of how the actions going into dollar. Like not necessarily like before the IPO drop, say
Mm-hmm.
2 weeks before the IPO drop, it was, everybody was gung ho, ready to go, looking for the next big gain and all that. No, I'm hearing it seems like a fear kind of thing. Like some people saying, boy, the thing I was in that was looking really good, kind of pulled back. I was how much odd percent gain up, and it kind of pulled back. So that it's almost like because of that, them kind of looking at what's to come. It's almost like none of that again in there. Even the same thing, not everything looked fine for the company that they were in before. The
Mm-hmm.
same expectations for it going forward. It's almost like they're afraid that the movement that we're looking to come won't happen anymore, that kind of thing. So it's everybody looking for a next big thing or looking for something magical to come and save the market in their eyes. Because
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like something crazy is going on here. Like they're not them can't see opportunities. Even in the things at it. That's the feel I'm getting, like out of fear. And you know how that is. Fear rules the market.
Yeah, fear rules the market. This market, just listen to an conversation around the same thing. How fear. They said in the conversation, the point that was made was that the market reacts a lot quicker to bad news than it does to good news,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Def.
My view already that the market is extremely slow. Thankfully, so I don't say that as a complaint. Although sometimes I'm complaining about it, but the reaction to bad news, I think, is a lot quicker. I agree with it, but I think that's just a general market thing.
Oh, definitely. I think it's a
Yes.
people thing, so it
Yeah.
has to be a market thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the fair response, no. You talk about the change in market, is a much huger market now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. At this point in the year, we're looking at, like, it was a big deal when Trans Jamaica happened, and a big deal when Wigton happened, and it brought tens of thousands of people to the market.
Mm-hmm.
And right near the middle of the half year point, right before the half year point, we have dollar come to the market, which drew tens of thousands of people to the market.
Mm-hmm.
And as a junior market listing, like, that's, I think, as good as dollar is, of course, I think that's a
In this small comparative, it's a kind of, it's not even like the kind of thing where everybody knows about it. Not everybody knows about dollar, but it's not the kind of thing. It's not a thing that it's not a give me a company, which company listed, and everybody know about it and they run into it.
Trans Jamaica, Wigton.
Trans Jamaica, I use a highway. So is that, you know?
Yeah.
It would have that spread. It would have more people. I don't know who's investing thing more than so, but I know this company, so I'll take a chance here because I at least know something about what I'm going into. Dollar isn't that, and it still brought so much people. So imagine a company like that comes. Jesus. Yeah. So it's a very wide net, and it's not the household name kind of thing. It's company building or whatever. And in the grand scheme of listings, they weren't raising. They weren't raising like 500. They were raising before somebody comes and tells me 200 and blah blah blah. If they weren't raising 500 million, I know what I'm saying. Yes, and you know what I'm saying too.
What are you saying, Danhai?
Huh?
What are you saying? No, I don't know what you're saying.
I said the max they were asking for. They were asking the market for 500 million, right? So people subscribe to that amount. It's not in the grand scheme of these things. That's not the largest amount you heard, right? Again, look at Trans Jamaica, a lot more money asked for, and then you might look at the amount that they got compared to what they asked for. Imagine somebody asking for a lot more, and very likely you'll see. Imagine that over some, and some good times ahead, despite all the general sentiment seems to be right.
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
Just to cap off what I was saying there was that I think it's a great indicator of where the market has actually grown to, and especially the type of market that it is. Maybe a couple months ago, we were talking about this, and I call it, I think we called one episode actually, the rise of the retail. And it is very, very clear
heavy.
Yeah, man, we have a strong retail class growing amongst what we have now, which is good. I love that. That's good. It means a more active market.
Yeah, it means decentralization. What name I got the word name? What was the word? What's that buzzword? Where the people have it now, not the thing.
Oh, it democratizes.
Democratization.
Democratizes. The democratization of the market. In other words, it really
not
giving
the banks
the people.
Now.
Yeah, giving the people the real power that they have, and as a setup for a market with a very clear. How would I say? I didn't mean this tongue in cheek. With the very clear rules that the JSE has. In terms of how the market, I didn't mean it tongue in cheek. All markets are relatively simple, and then more they start off simple anyway. But our market is at the stage where it is still very relatively simple, right? We don't have active market makers. We don't have heavy robot trading. We don't have heavy external input like the US exchanges, and so they are the US exchanges all over the world. People invest in those exchanges. So
you don't have derivatives. So you don't have this thing that's tied to this company $2 up.
Or not just that. You don't have the same. You as an investor don't have the same. Are you investing in to invest, at least how I invest on the local market, the core of what I do practically is the understanding of the market, understanding, you have to understand the thing itself, for one. And then the understanding of the other people who are invested or interested in that type of thing, or might become interested in that type of thing, right? And I always say that the market is the best market for Jamaicans, and it's not because I think it's one of the best markets for us, but because the for Jamaicans matter. Like, we have that innate understanding that we have of Jamaican things is very much reflected in the market. Even just what we were saying earlier with the non-movement upwards sometimes on good news, but the very quick movement downwards is like,
Yep.
like somebody giving away something good or seems to be doing something good in a crowd
Now I get
in
attention
Spanish
like
Town, people not really caring. You know, you're singing, you're trying to make people happy. Shut up, right? Everybody just want to go home, right? But literally, as two shot bus, I hate to use that example. But like, as a car accident happen, like, people rush, people move away. You get a fear reaction very, very quickly. The markets react the exact same way, right? There's an innate link, not link, it literally is us. It's how the Jamaican investor acts. And with the rise of the retail, it is like
more and more of that.
Oh God, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question. No question. Like, this really is the rise of the retail. This really is. That's it. Yeah. If I was capping how I think of the first half of this year, it's like it really is the rise of the retail investor. And you've seen it in every, like, in everything that touch the market, including the stuff that they're interested in and they're disinterested in, including the things that might both seem very attractive, but one might have more retail appeal, one might have more institutional appeal. The retail appeal just runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 2022 for me is like a sign of what the rest of maybe the next another 10 years on the market, what it could look like, what it likely will look like if we keep doing this, and how it's impacting people positively. Anyway, let me pause.
Even more. Just talking about that long wind, that long, that just going into the future. We're having a lot of IPOs, bro, in that first half of the year.
Yeah,
it's the market wake up. I mean, think of 2019. I mean, what 2020 ruined. The boy, a bag of IPOs are coming. Remember that long list that was floating around and whatever, and what's supposed to this, whatever, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, all right, in 2020, did put a stop to a lot of that. A lot of people start being afraid to go market because somehow they had the idea that, you saw the talk, boy, people on the money, them can't invest, and that kind of foolishness. So now companies really see the opportunities again and full strength, getting a lot of people saying, all right, the next step for my company is listing. How they grow this thing? Okay, that kind of thing. We've seen a lot more of that. And even different kind of things listing at different stages. We had an iCreate back then. When iCreate, I mean, yes, it's very much different. Very, 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 very different. But the stage of where I would say like Eddie Focal, JFP, where they are in their journey. So yeah, they're companies that are old. They've been around for a long time. But is that them turn the heat somewhat recently in the lifespan? Big change in how they do business and whatever. And they come into market very close to that big change. I create listed when it started. So that's the part I'm trying to draw there. Usually, you saw the companies that were listing before. The usual. You need to have a long track record, blah 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 blah. Now companies are saying, hey, and people are saying it too. If I'm listing, I'm getting the money. The track record is just to show, all right, cool, what we're doing or whatever. But if enough people believe that, if these guys get the money, they can execute and get to the next stage of their business, and we can participate in that. There are a lot more people now that are fine with that thing, with that idea, and the interesting part is brokers are leading that direction now. Because you know how that used to say, you used to go to a broker with that, and the broker stop it. The broker say, hey, this guy list me, not list that. Now a broker is like, this makes sense. Yeah, that's it. We really seen a lot of change and a lot of good things happening, a lot of good to continue. So excited for all of that.
Yeah. The I don't know how I'd put this. There's also the impact of all those companies being listed companies and what they do. Like that literally is lifting the economy. And with
Yep.
the present, the first company list on the junior market access, like it said almost in passing that they bought a microlender in the
Florida.
US.
Bro, that's crazy.
And that's like a non-issue. Like a not
Reparations, bro.
Yeah.
Right. But think of how commonplace it has been, where we're just spreading out. After Jamaican companies are saying, cool, that thing is good overseas. Let me take a piece of it. Let me take that company because I can do it.
Yeah.
We're coming from, Jamaica, we were the ones being bought out.
Yep. I know
How
we're
much
the
time we
ones
hear
being
that
bought
story?
out.
Say John no star. We don't make nothing else because everybody buy out the things.
Yeah. Well, you know what the beauty of it is, the problem wasn't the buying. It's us.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah, and it's like a full value chain. I was going to say about dollar and like as a counter to the I'm sure dollar will come up again later on when people talk.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah. So we can touch that again. But no, I put my mind to it. It's the only thing I remember. I think I was saying how Access bought that company in the US. And like how they even just expanded their entire business. Not to mention also the little tax that they pay. I always talk about that when I do grow. I show us a comparison how much tax they were giving when they just came to the market. And how much, like the year before, like 2018, how much I paid in tax. And then the revenues I should bring it up on my money JA, which you guys can see now. And let me look at that. But yeah, like in terms of just the country, like what it means for the country, that's a big deal. Compared to now. And then the fact that they part of being listed and the search for you always have to be increasing your profit or trying to increase your profit, right? There's always another quarter. It is a quarterly race.
The next step. Yep.
Yeah, man. There's always a next step to do.
I did another show. No complacency.
18.2 million is what they paid in taxes. 18.3 million. Sorry, round it up in taxes for the year when they were about to list, 2018. And the end of 2022, not the end of, I wish I could see that right now, but no. At the end of their financial year, 2021, which ended March 2022, they paid 134.8 million in taxes.
Imagine.
13 years
Let's
later.
pay no taxes for 5 years and then pay more taxes than and even makes sense. They made they weren't making 134 million when they paid 18 million in taxes.
Nope. Benefited small and large shareholders. Mayberry benefit, proven benefit, who haven't the eye benefit.
Everybody.
Multiple times along the way. Yeah. And like we said, it's just lightly mentioned that, they also buy a US company. Like they offer the service in the US also. And then I say compare that to like Dollar, the freshest on the block doing the same sort of thing. And Dollar is like spreading himself out regionally.
Brother. Those guys are ready.
Yeah. It's like the train started. I think the first what guys really realize the power of the market. Once you get the first realize how much more value is out there, why not use the market? Yeah, and that's why at this point is when the true power of the market is just starting to be touched. Like people just starting to realize what is possible.
Imagine watching a competitor list and all this.
If you're in a competitive industry, you don't want your competitor list and you list. Yeah, because if you don't list that, that's
that guy money.
yeah.
Yep, hard to fight that.
Yeah, man. Another example I use of that ago, I said to them that I said to people that imagine both of you sell like, I don't know, you sell like bun or something, and both of you sell it at kind of the same price, because you have typical margins, or maybe they're around a little longer than you, and you have maybe like their margin is 5% profit, and your margin might be 5.8 or 6.2 or something like that, right? And then them list. And so you're selling the thing for maybe everybody making $5 and then discount their product by $20 just for 6 months. And advertise to all of your customers. I mean, the customer
This
one
is
is the same thing. Or you can match them with that. You can just let that money bleed. You can't afford to do that.
You're trying to make, and the money you say, boy, just by having this little bit more margin, I'm making it. I make more than it in 3 years. I make that money. But them have 3 years worth of that money still put on in them pocket already. Of course, they can discount.
Yep.
Take all customers and cool the margin down, but the money up. So.
Yep. And they'd have to. I mean, that sounds far-fetched, but it's not. That's just very realistic. They just don't say it that way. They say, we use the money for
We can be more competitive.
Yeah, competitive. Yeah, that's just a marketing program. That's a incentivize the yeah. That is the sort of thing that can kill a company. Can immediately put a king or a queen in an industry. Yeah. And I think after the years of the work being put in, regular business people are now just seeing it as like a more realistic option. They stop being afraid of, boy, may I lose my company. No, you're not. It's not if you unless you sell more than 50% of the shares. Or boy, it's Jamaica. People know all your business already anyway. People pass, right? Boy, I don't know. I like it. I really, really like that. I like that we're seeing. Yeah, that's the power that's coming from the retail doing it. Yeah, you'd mentioned I create earlier. Well, we'll touch it later on. Sorry.
Oh yes.
I've had.
I mean, just look at that story. But yeah, go ahead.
No, we've had Leonando. I screwed up the name. Sorry, Leonando waiting for a little while. Leonando, can you hear us? Sorry, Lee.
Boy, I need to change it. I never realized it. It's so confusing. I have to change it.
Who you all going?
I'm there, night guys.
Night.
boss.
What's up?
I saw the JC post a tweet earlier about the persons who got into investing, and I don't know, but I recall I saw her posting. I don't remember if it was Bricktalk or something regarding it draw, and then end up take draw sometime in January. And boy, I can't even begin to say how thankful I am that I actually took that chance. And I think after I took draw, I think maybe it's the month after I start to pay the subscription for advanced car, and nothing but life changing. Trust me.
Same.
I have to tell enough to big up on myself.
You want much respect, boss.
You know,
You guys welcome.
I think, I've mentioned my little journey with the FX scene quite a lot. And
Oh no, yo, sorry to cut you, but no, like people not gonna remember. Maybe some people remember, but I mean, like, I have to remind them. Even I didn't realize who I was talking to till you
well,
said that just now. So,
I started I was at work one day, one night shift, and one of my coworkers come in and them there on charting. And I say, oh, what that? And I say, oh, Forex. And I say, and it was about four of us. And, for the next, I'd say for the next 2 years, that was about 2019, the next 2 years, is just literally trying to find the information to be profitable. And when I say profitable, I can open an account, open a demo account and run it up, big put on some numbers, look really nice. But in terms of being profitable, it is much harder than it is always shown to be. And it's a lot of mental gymnastics for me. And I think that I'm at a point now where I don't want that much mental gymnastics in my life. You get up. All right. When I started Forex made me start to look forward to my Sundays apart from my Sunday. Yeah,
Word.
Sundays, the market open. Yeah, try to see what the weekly candle do. If it am the low from Saturday night into Monday morning. Yeah, that kind of thing. But pivoting from Forex, like I guess Tyrone, him neatly pivot from him having company doing one thing and he had to be creative and pivot. Not that he didn't have the knowledge or the determination, but sometimes you have to like literally make a decision, a conscious effort, and say, all right, I'm gonna try something else. And there is not usually any harm in trying. What's the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is that you probably fail, or yeah, but it depends on you. Are you going to let that stop you? I for one didn't let that,
Well, you're brave
and
if you're doing Forex, so big that up.
Folks.
well,
Yeah.
and all right, so the Forex thing. I have a little sparring partner. I won't mention her name, but she shared something with me. I think it was last week in Telegram. It was the sunken cost fallacy.
Sunk cost fallacy. Yeah,
Sunk cost. I'm gonna tell you,
yeah, yeah.
say, my officer to her says like you probably did have that one for me for a while, man, cause like I mentioned something to her and it's like under a minute she sent it back. She sent that article and I read it and I say, Jano, I didn't even respond to her same time because I got caught up with it. But with the knowledge that I gained from Forex, as I say, oh, this can just go down the great drain. So I have been looking on my money JA
Hold on,
daily.
but you can't. Hold on, I rate what you do, but you keep mentioning these interesting things that I know people
And
want to know.
they know follow it up.
Yeah, man, you
I
have to
can
give
give
them
you
more detail
research
than
for
that,
do.
man.
Crab
Yeah.
boy
Which
something man.
which
All right, so the sunk cost
wait,
fallacy, just to
which
keep
interest?
everybody on page. Sunk cost fallacy is like the idea that the amount of energy that you've put into
Yeah.
doing something already justifies continue doing it, even if it's
Mm,
not working or if it's not great, right? So I was having a conversation with somebody and they're talking about a stock and something happened in a way that I never liked. So I asked, what's the next move? And they're like, oh, well, I guess I'm going to average down. And not that there's anything wrong with averaging down, which is, you're buying it at a much lower cost. So you're lowering the amount that you've paid. But amount you've paid on average, hence average cost. But it was like, just because I'm in already and it didn't work out, that means, I might as well go in more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like, so that's a sunk cost fallacy. So how did that, just to bring everybody, just in case nobody never get it or somebody never get it, but how did that apply to you and the Forex and the stocks? Because I don't think that was as clear to people,
all right,
Mm-hmm.
sorry about that. Well,
or maybe
all
just
right.
me.
So with Forex, what do you say with Forex? With anything that you're trying to to get into that has a barrier, right? Right? 'Cause anything that you're trying to do always has a barrier. If a real estate, the barrier money. If a stocks, the barrier can be a minimum requirement to open a brokerage account. That's technically a barrier for that brokerage, but it's not a barrier for getting in on the market. So my barrier would have been capital. So for Forex, you have persons who trade, who are professional traders, and of course, somebody want to learn what me I do. Me I go charge them a money. Nothing is wrong with that. The thing with it though is that I saw some courses that some prices, and I say, yo, personally, me broke, and personally, me cannot afford to do that. So for the better part of 2 years, I tried to teach myself, and then him why I kind of pivot away, and him say he's all for it. When I feel that I'm mentally ready again, I can circle back, which because it's a big mental thing. Like most of maybe I wouldn't even say just Forex alone. Anything you do, even on the JC, most of it is a mental thing because if you're not mentally prepared for some of the things that you're going to encounter, then you won't make the best decisions. I spent, I personally spent maybe my time trying to learn Forex and even them small accounts, right? I'd maybe call it 400 US dollars.
You spend that trying to learn. I never expect this to turn into the Forex sermon, but it's good because I think no, keep going, because a lot of people who always want to know what it's like. It's like from somebody who's done it. This is great. Even
Yeah,
I
so
am.
I spent that amount. I put $400 into it, and I only got back. I think since I've traded, I've maybe had one successful withdrawal, which was $200. So, but after that, I didn't get back to a point. That figure I have made back from the JC since I started this year. I can say that and have the proof for the percentage everything that I made that.
Nice
With
segue.
less of the mental hassle. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So when she showed me the article and I read it, that is really the thing that I actually did. Because I actually sit down and like just jot. Me think me spend a little more on it, but me just have put it at 4 bills. And I look and I say, boy, I really put in this amount of mental time and capital as well, and I have yet to see, anything, anything like what I've seen so far with JC. So,
Okay.
full tilt into the local market.
Wow.
Um,
Word.
I, I
As in you don't do Forex anymore?
I might look on a chart, but no, the energy has more gone to I would always try to particularly gold. The metal gold, the gold versus US dollar. I would
On a
usually
commodity. Oh,
yeah
really? A
yeah
commodity currency pair.
yeah.
Okay.
That was what I usually used to trade.
In other words, you
Um
look for when things are going bad.
no, well I was a day trader, so
Oh, okay.
um
Okay.
I open the process would be um I come into the market at 8 a.m. look um look at some of the technicals, look at the news, and then decide what I'm going to try and do for the rest of the session. Now I actually start opening the queues, some queues that I'm interested in, and look at what is happening in the pre-open. So that has been the suck for me personally. So it's no longer at 9 a.m. looking at a gold chart, but rather probably looking at dollar or looking at meal pack or jet pan, just looking at a stock to see what is happening here.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys mentioned the whole retail getting more interested. I'm a retail person. I do classify yourself and Danhai as higher end of the spectrum in terms of retail.
Do assume my pocket, bossy.
Eh?
Do assume my pocket. Do not assume my pocket.
No. You guys are not retail, but that's a different discussion.
I assure you that we're retail. I
Very,
assure
very,
you.
very, very retail.
Very retail.
If
That's the context of talking. We're very retail.
Yeah, same context, very retail.
all right, hold on. All right, so you guys have to ensure that every time you have any kind of public discussion, what is the disclaimer? I think we know the disclaimer by heart.
That we're not that Danhai is an advisor, but he's not acting like an advisor, and I'm not an advisor.
Especially in that public forum, right?
Yeah.
And if you guys don't do that, what do you think happens in the market the next day?
I don't think us doing that stops anything from happening in the market.
Anything, exactly. Trust me.
It is exactly my point. That is exactly my point. But me, that's just what I observe. And that's my belief. But that's okay.
But I don't mean that we're not retail.
Retail.
All right. Well, which is why I said upper end spectrum retail.
No. How you classify retail? I classify retail as portfolio, right? Like, yeah.
Regular brother.
Yeah, like a regular person, not a pension, not a house, not a fund.
Yeah, but the person's the average man with all right, I'm not put it away still, but persons either way would not know what the pension is trying to do, but they have an idea what you guys are trying to do and try to hold.
Far from it, brother.
I doubt that this Mark has any idea what I'm trying to do. No.
Far.
All right, so they don't know because you guys probably have different, goals and so forth. But
well, you talk about portfolio more than so.
I know that person's good at.
Yeah, no, yeah, but yeah, I think you're confusing why it's done, and I don't see that because not retail. It's just that I know that I publicly talk about stocks. I know I'm talking about the market. It's like a real conversation, and
not most people are doing that.
Yeah, and
people are hungry for that kind of thing. People really want to know what's going on in the market. People want to know what other people are thinking. Yeah, I think that's where that comes from.
You think they want to know to move? I'm not asking for everything.
No, as in depends on the person. But yes, I know some people will get up and say, "Oh, cool, I'm just listening because this guy gets some money. It sound like the right thing for my portfolio." But in truth, that was something from retail.
And also, let's not lose the essence of what we do. Like, it really is a conversation about stock. Like, if I'm talking about start getting a feed, you type in that,
yeah, type in again. Sorry.
FMU, yeah. If we're talking about companies that we like, we really are talking about companies that we like, and we're saying why we like them. Like, you've listened to at this point, earnings season started how many years ago, and we taught the same way as a conversation. So, like, if I explain how great SVL is, in my view, and like I'm really talking about it, because I'm talking about it, and I want to talk about it, right? Because I don't get many people I can talk to. So you hear me talking to Danhai, you hear me talking about something that we actually like. We're going to say what we like and why we like. It's not a made up thing. It's not like an ad. It's a real conversation.
True.
And So if I'm talking about a pick and I'm saying why I like the pick and my timelines around the pick, like I'm for dumb reasons. It's usually very clear, actual reasons. If other people hear that and it makes sense to them also, we have always invested on information around us that we process and that we think makes sense. So I'd like to think that's how we invest, right?
Yeah.
So of course people are going to listen to it, and if it sounds good, I'm going to think, well, I hope they think, let me go and ask my advisor about it. Let me go and vision along those lines. And so it's just me wanting to make it very, very clear that, do not think that equals a recommendation for a stock. It doesn't, because I talk through my ideas like many people do. I talk through the ideas with people. Supposing talking to Danhai about something, and this has happened in the past. I talked to Danhai about something, and it leads to me realizing something else, or him showing me something that I never see, or I learn something, and it changes my view about the thing. Or we have the conversation, and then maybe later on something else comes and change my view about the thing. I'm not always going to remember, I said this on Bricktalk, so let me go out and do another episode where I say, hey, I said this, Ray. No, because one, I'm not acting as advisor. I'm just giving you one slice of the conversations that happen each week.
Yeah.
But it's a conversation with the market. So I want people to know that, just because I like something, no, don't mean say good. I don't mean say good forever. And like the people who don't grow, know also, everything on the market is good. It's just, is it good for you right now? And good for me right now might not be the same thing as good for you right now. But I don't use any of those. The only part of that I would touch to use to judge as to whether or not carrying it back home, to whether or not Danhai and I are in the retail class, is, do we invest with a lot of the same sort of goals and timelines that regular people coming to the market invested? And do we have similar sort of goals, and do we have similar sorts of money? Right? So I'm comparing that to like a fund that can buy 200 million worth of a stock and don't even stutter.
All right, that's fine. But all right, so here, going deeper. All right, this is one of the reasons why I was thinking along that line. I'm not assuming a pocket, your pocket or the knife pocket, but the way. So in terms of I was just looking at one because it has to do somewhat with the volume, the power that one commands.
Stop dancing around. So you think that we have a lot more money so we can move?
Yeah.
We're not investing
You know,
100 grand. We're not investing 100 grand, right? And so you figure the average retail investor is investing 100 grand. Well, I'll tell you this: if you think of yourself as the average retail
You'll be
investor,
surprised.
but then as you also get better at it and you make more money, you're still going to think of yourself
money
as
must
average.
grow.
Yeah, you're going to think of yourself as an average retail investor.
Mhm.
And there's probably no point where you stop thinking of yourself that way.
Fair.
And also, if you look at it, I mean, I've seen a lot of money. I've seen a lot of people. People have more money than people think.
Yes.
What? We know that. Oh,
Yeah.
we know that.
So are those people in the upper part of it? Because me and them not in the same money class at all.
You're just not hear from me. You're just not hear from them. That's it. Yeah.
Well, that's fair.
What is, I don't want you to start othering me and thinking, oh, you're at this great level, Ray. And you think I've done, you, anybody listening or watching can also do. And I don't mean that in a blind motivation. I mean, you literally can. The market allows for it. A regular person can.
And I agree because, as I said, I'm in the subscriber group. I see it daily. I mean, I think the other day, I think it's Jerry. Jerry Sam started investing in 2019, and he said that people probably not believe that I'm one of those people. But then, what we do or what how it was, I think once you learn it the right way, I think once you learn it the right way and you're around like-minded persons and ask the right questions, it can be done. And I think one thing that I've learned in the Forex market is there are different styles, there are different ways to make money. What
Yeah.
might work for me might not work for you. And, you know, I think at the end of the day, I hope I've been observing the local space since January, and I just hope that the things stay civil, you know, because where the community that I'm coming from, every day is a different argument, who I follow who and who for principle and work, and at the end of the day, I'm like, the people that really make the money and really engage in them conversation instead. Is it, you get me?
It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
You know,
Certainly.
if
I mean,
me have time to pay back on, and that's one of the things that I used. All right, so the person that mentored me, because you know this person wasn't seen, you know, never the man that say, oh, this is it, this is the reality of it. I've lost this amount of money. I'm trying not to allow him to lose that amount of money as well, but he's not now walking on the path. You understand? You did mention the next 10 years for the JC. And I think one of the things that I love about our market is it's pure, it's innocent in a sense. In a sense where there are no robots. Well, to my knowledge, you know, when you're on the forex market, and I think what you always say or mention, you know, don't assume that the person that's on the opposite end of the trade is a fool. You know, the other person, you know, you put in an order to buy a stock, right? Don't assume that the person that is selling to you is selling because they're stupid, or don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But oftentimes, when you're on other markets, you are making a transaction, and that transaction is with somebody robot with it on them computer. Them not even look on the computer. Them probably go up on a Sunday, enable back the robot, and then Friday knock it off. That's the reality of those markets, and that's one of the reasons why, you know, I think a lot of persons find it frustrating to to find success over there. Versus the JC, you come on the JC. I'm not saying it's easy, but you mentioned it, and I agree with it because I've seen it that someone who a beginner can come into the market and can find 30% within a year. I fully agree with that because I've seen in excess of 30%. Right?
Yeah. I can't deny that. With minimal effort, and you have to explain how minimal effort is. But yeah. And
Yeah.
anybody
So
who's actually
all right.
deliberate
So
about their process,
the
anybody,
minimal effort is really the
it's
research. Doing
it's still
once you
effort.
get well, yes,
Yeah.
it's effort, but all right, Randy, I tell you, the effort between the JC and Forex is night and day. I'm telling you, like one of them
Oh,
is like
I believe you.
you're training to do the Catalan. You get up every morning, 6 o'clock, drink egg, run up and down, all of this crazy ass work. Not that it's pointless, but it's hard, right? Versus one where your coach give some sprints, you have to do some sprints, do some stretches and things, do 2 hill session, and that's it. The difference in preparation, in execution, in even managing your position is so much different. And I think there are a lot of persons out here that trade forex, and a lot of persons out here on the JSC. There is what I should say now. A place that have buyers and sellers. It's just that in one market you might do something different in another market. And when I say that now, I'm speaking to your point of the retail, the rise of the retail, where you have more retail persons engaging in the market because, you know, when I sit and I look on a chart, I look on a chart and I see, I think which chart was it? I think it was Pesco. I looked at Pesco and within the last 3 months, I saw one big candle go to $8 and it came back and closed at 6. So automatically I look at a stock like that. I want to know what is the reason for that. So go on Google and start research. You know, what happened with Pesco around that day, what was the news, that kind of thing. That effort for me is much easier than looking at a chart for like 3 or 4 hours, trying to learn, back test, and then predict what it will do in the future. Totally different.
Well, totally different efforts are focused, but what you just say, the principle of it is the same thing though. You really find out what the company will do and back testing it, and back testing the reaction to it. But
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. The effort required between the two is completely different orders of magnitude, which is a good thing. Jamaican, this is the best market ever. People gonna think that I send you come this week to talk against Forex, you know.
No. Yeah. If anybody come in here and say that, I will personally, I'm going to share the link after this with the song.
Sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, man, I'll share that. You read that and you do the assessment yourself, and you just be objective with your life. I mean, it's your money, you know. At the end of the day, it's your money, and no, Randy did not ask me to come here and say anything about Forex, right? That is crazy. No, that is not it. It's just, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to be honest with yourself. But the same thing with a stock, and there's a, you did mention the whole average down thing. That was something that I did, right? In Forex, and I think a lot of times when I hear you guys speak, I don't know if you did mention it, so forgive me if I really didn't hear, but when you talk about the drawdown on your portfolio, drawdown on a position, um, you know, you usually have two options. Is it that you, and I think it comes back to your goal. If
Sorry,
you
when you say a drawdown, what do you mean?
drawdown, all right, sorry about that. Drawdown, you enter a position or you enter a company on a company and it's down 20%. Do you jump out?
Oh, you're talking stocks. I thought you were talking a Forex thing. Oh, so you mean like if the share price drop on you?
Yeah, but drawdown is still
Same thing.
drawdown between Forex and JC. Your money is no longer worth what it was initially.
True. I just remember several people listening who have no clue. So I'm asking deliberately to have them know. And I also, to make you say, to explain what you mean. And I wasn't sure if you're talking Forex or stocks.
No, man, not talk stocks. Because if the person's with dollar, I got in at dollar at $3 or something like that. 352, right? I plan to. I did average down. I brought down my average cost per dollar. I guess for me, I have a
Down
goal.
to what?
It's now at $2.80.
Jesus, profit already.
Okay, nice.
So
I like that.
I am okay. I was okay with trying to get some more dollar because I have a goal of July 21st. And the goal, all right, so here the thing with the goal now, and I think you might tackle me on that one still, but initially
Your
when I
goal is your
started,
goal. Your goal is your goal. Initially when you started. And by the way, anybody else, you can feel free to join after this. I can talk about anything, even if it's not Forex. I didn't expect this at all. So go in. Sorry. So initially when you joined.
Yeah, initially when I started with with the JC, I had a goal of July 21st.
Okay.
And it
When
was
did you start? So people have context.
I started in January
Oh, of 2022. Wow.
2022, yes.
It's like, it's your
So
episode, this, Jaja.
so we start. I did not participate in Edivocal or Spiritual or J.
Ouch. Okay.
I didn't. Say, unless I was hell bent I was going to participate in that. I can say that I made the goal, which was of 60%. But the thing now is I am committing to the date, as in the date of the 21st. After that date, I think I will
The
get
21st of
July this year.
this year, you mean like this month, like 3 weeks from now?
This month, yeah, this month. It's my
Okay.
birthday. Shout out to the July people.
Big up, big up. I think Danhai is July people too. But yeah.
Are good people. Yeah, so
Agreed.
Man, just send them some money.
agreed. So it's just to what I am doing now personally is I'm at the 60%. Do I start to reassess my goal from now, or do I wait until the 21st and then say, all right, the 21st come, now I'm reassess.
But you know no, I see why I say Randy dog dry up on that, because you know the question, you investing for money or time?
All right.
Yeah.
So,
But him know too, you know. I didn't have to do it. Him know.
No, you can hear say you can hear him all knowing they say no. Him well I know. He just giving himself some extra.
Yo, if that's your goal, you know, just be honest with yourself and say that's your goal. Meaning you want to, it really sound like you want to set a goal again. Set a goal again. And let me try to say it over for you.
the goal was
And you tell
60%.
me if it match.
The goal was 60% by July 21st.
60% in 6 months. 6.5 months. All right. And now we are at 6 months. So 6.5, and we're at the 6-month mark. What is the goal now?
The goal, the portfolio is at 60%.
So you have achieved your goal.
Yeah.
Congrats. Half a month early.
So
Know what?
now I have to reassess.
I mean, you don't have to.
That's like both saying, yo, I want to run sub 10 this race, and him reach thing there, him run the 99, and you all tell him say, you know, say John no star. It's a less time than you want. You know, you only wanted 9.99.
Yeah. That'd be sub 10. All right.
You got there. There's nothing wrong with hitting the goal early and then having a new goal after that. Don't make the new goal dependent on the old goal time. You got there early. No, what do you want now from this point forward? That's what you should ask yourself. Your new goal maybe has nothing to do with the old goal, and that's fine. That's what do you want now. Since you hit there, and you can even look at it like this. All right, if I were, think of it. If the goal was July 21st, what were you going to do with the money at July 21st? You can now go do it early, and you can now move on early. You have more time to do the thing you wanted to do after July 21st. So you have more time, more opportunities, working better for that very next goal you're planning for after the July 21st goal. So it's fine dropping that one. No, you got and you reach yourself. What next? Think about that. Don't get caught up in the old goal was and all of that.
And don't make the mistake of looking at the thing that got you there quickly as, oh, this thing got me there, so it has to be my next option. Let me see how much further I can go. All right.
Actually, ask yourself what the new goal is, and then can this thing actually do what it needs to do for that new goal? If it can, it can. If it can't, move.
Exactly. You want to separate yourself. You want to separate your goal from the vehicle. because the goal is not always going to be the vehicle. The vehicle is going to be very exciting. It's going to be very attractive if you get there early. You're going to be emotionally driven towards attaching your goal to the vehicle versus knowing that the goal is the important thing. The vehicle can change, and sometimes changing the vehicle is the best thing. You don't fall in love with the vehicle just because it got you there quickly, because it might not. It might stop, right? It might, the things that you expect to happen might not happen. Siboney is a great example of that, a live example of that. Somebody it's not DM me, somebody tweeted, I saw a tweet saying that they feel it for the people that bought into Siboney. But for me, I think of Siboney as a clear case where you have certain clear possibilities, and if you get the answer to your possibility, then the vehicle is at the destination. Did it get there how you want or when you want? No. Yes. Maybe.
I wasn't involved with Siboney before, but I was looking.
No, true. But I'm saying, I'm just using it as a general idea for us to understand the importance of the goal being separate from the vehicle.
Yeah, man.
Because change. Like you were the one talking about how Tyrone with iCreate pivoted. That's the vehicle changing. Yeah, so the vehicle can change, so you can't fall in love with the vehicle unless you're the one in control of the vehicle. Anyway, I don't want to stretch it out. I don't want to draw it out. Finish your general point.
The general point, the whole aspect of drawdown, and versus averaging down or jumping out of the vehicle, as you said. I think if it meets the goal, or if you did the hard work, because I think the hard part of it is really establishing the goal and being honest with yourself. Should it really matter if the vehicle go down by 15% or 20%? I mean, if the goal wasn't thought out initial right correctly from get go, especially the time aspect of it, because somebody who maybe went into Siboney at maybe 60 cents or something.
Sorry, I'm barely hearing you.
You hear me now?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I said somebody who probably got into Siboney at 60 cents. I see the price come back against them, and probably it might fall a little lower. Will they jump out if the goal is a year? Somebody who entered meal pack, they jump out with the bad news the other day with the air post and so forth. I think the whole drawdown aspect is a very important. I think managing the drawdown and the mental part of it that comes will be less hassling if the goal is done correctly.
Okay. You know what I think the problem is? That I think in like how I want to think regular people think about it, and it's a drawdown term. You just really mean what to do if the stock that you're in is at a loss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but technically it's not a loss until you sell it,
Okay. Then why do you sound so pained?
No,
Yeah.
no,
I was going to say right after Lee.
no.
Notice how drawdown isn't called a loss. It's calling it everything but a loss. And guess what I would call that? A lie.
So you call it a loss?
It's a loss. Oh, definitely.
It's
It's
a
a
loss.
loss. A loss is a loss. You thing you bought is worth less now. We try to think of it this way. Cash is an asset. Asset. We're exchanging our cash for an asset valued at $4. If that asset is now worth $3, then the state of our affairs, we check our asset base and whatever, our net worth is now lower. At the end of the day, if we change it back to cash or not, we still lost $1.
All right, so
it's fine, Not calling it something else doesn't change what it is. It's a loss. That's fine. No, you decide how you will move against that and all of that. So calling it, if I were to call it drawdown, it sounds better, but it doesn't change the situation. It doesn't. If I were to replace every single time you say drawdown with the word loss, it would still be the same thing.
What's your answer for it's not
If I lost until you sell it?
Yeah, what's
I mean, I just
what's
answered.
No,
It's
not
very
you,
much
not
a
you,
loss.
Danhai, not you, Danhai.
Oh.
For me, it's
Yeah.
alright. So if I
Because it's something I hear a lot of people say. I want to hear what you're thinking is behind it.
if I have a 6 month timeline for a stock, 2 months in, it went up. Semago, all right. So the timeline is 6 months, and the goal was 100%, right? On my initial investment. After the second month, the stock went up by 30%, so I'm up 30%.
Are you really up 30%?
Well, the stock price is up 30%
So
because
okay, so your value is 30% more.
yes, because in my opinion, I don't think you have realized gains and realized losses, realized losses.
That's not an opinion. That's a fact. That is what it is. Yeah.
Alright.
But still, reality still name realize that unrealized still name loss and gain.
So if the value is now 30% more in 2 months, and in the fifth month, and some news came out, and maybe a director sell, and retail see that, the volume start to go down. There's this big red candle on a particular day. Oh, let me start to sell too. Right now, the stock that you were in that was up, that valued 30% more, is values 40% less now. But your goal is still within the 6 months, right? You decide that, all right, it's a loss. You're going to jump out, take the 40% L and move. And the last week, within the 6 month period, the news catapult the price up to the 100%.
News catapult price. All right. But you never just answer the simple question.
There's going to be a rights issue, a very attractive rights issue, that, yeah.
No, I hear you. It's not about the news attracting. It's not about the news affect catapulting the stock. That wasn't the thing why I highlighted it. But remember, you started this as an example of why is it not realized? Like why is it not a loss?
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, it would be a loss because you actually sold it at 40% less than what it valued.
But you
were supposed to hold it, right? For the 6 months, you'd have actually met a goal of 100%.
Yeah, but at the point when it's 40% down, are you at a loss or not?
It values 40% less, but you didn't sell it.
If it's valuing 40% less, then you're at a loss.
Simple. Same so. You can print it up and put the unrealized before it, and that's just the explanation of what it is. Yes, that's fine. It's an unrealized loss, but it's still a loss, and that's fine. What you do with the stock based on where it is and whatever. It's a very different conversation whether it's a loss or not. It's a gain. You make the thing you hold, the asset you hold, is thing. The thing about cash is that it's static. So that's why we think of cash like that when we realize $100 in my hand, $100 in my hand.
Yeah,
If I was stock in my hand, I know it moves up and down. And if I bring $100 bill, I say it's 101. It's 100 or 100. It's not 99. It's 100.
Yeah.
That's why we think of cash like that. But at the end of the day, the stock moving up and down, thing there. How I see that whole conversation is like industry life. It's one of the things that people get told so that they feel a certain way about things that they do. It's like long term. Or because the stock is up, you realize the celebration is there when the stock is up. If you were really thinking, really okay with that, if it was really drawdown and not an actual loss, then you wouldn't feel in the way when the stock drop. Tell you about intrinsic value and blah blah blah. So this $4 and you buy the stock, it's a $6 stock because it's going to go up to 6 one day. it's valued at 6 and the market should realize and blah, 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 right? You'll be very fine with that situation. If it falls, because you can tell yourself, no, this $2 stock is really a $6 stock, despite nobody else thinking it and nobody else buying it from me at that point. It's a $6 stock. I'm losing money on it. It's a $6 stock. You can tell yourself the thing there. But nobody does that. Everybody is fine when the stock go up. When the stock go up, then celebrate. But the gain was very real when it doubled.
Well, I think I really speak about it in this manner based on what I'm experienced for the last 2 years. But I think one of the things that I think you guys have spoken about it already in the past, but maybe you can have a brick talk. Well, I think you guys maybe had one, the give side of the client, how you manage and how it affects your thought process when you're actually in a loss. No, I think you guys did something on that. Did you guys?
Yeah, we've spoken. Once you start being practical in the investments, I don't say you get used to it. It's just you still feel it. It's just it's not a life.
How you manage it, manage it is very different. You know, thing that that was going to be a follow-up topic to Lee's everything you were saying, because I remember the Steve was saying, just how you think about it, how you imagine the psychology of it. That's a big deal in investing. I was going to follow up on that because I see to my clients a lot. How it works is how people think about it there. But I ask a lot of people know. With coming out of the dip, they saw things going up and it was really nice, and then the price fall and they're managing it. Because I always say I hate the risk conversation of, boy, we jump into this thing and I have to go tell you, say, here, what the thing you're doing, the goal you have, you're actually looking at real risks and how it can affect you and that. Because I know down the line things that can happen to your company and you lose money based on that. And if you're not prepared for that, it's a very different thing than, boy, you rush in. You can lose X amount if you have your money across that one stock versus 5 stock kind of thing, right? How people deal with that loss, I think it comes from just really how they think, just personalities, and then 2, how they think about investing generally. If Randy take a 20% hit on a stock, I know Randy not balling because one, he already knew that, all right, this could probably go down to that level, and him know that when we have to work with that, have to make back X amount, and maybe it's another vehicle, maybe this thing will still be fine 20% down. So how he managed that whole process is good. Beginner, somebody not really seasoned in this, very different thing. You're sweating because boy, I put my money in this and my money is down, and it's a very real thing. And how you manage it is a really big difference there.
Yeah, the managing it makes a world of difference. For me, it's just the strength come from just knowing it. It's not a permanent situation, and the way I fix it is to never be surprised. I'm never. If I'm being surprised on the market, it's probably not a good thing for me. Never surprised. So you mean that you have to know the thing that you're in very, very well. That's not to say that thing can't go bad. But it's like,
but you know the possibilities.
Yeah, man. It's like if you work in a store and them always say if you're security conscious, you're always thinking, what if somebody run in the front door with a gun? What do I do? Like, is it the person who thinks about that? Is it the day somebody run in the front door with a gun? They're still frightened,
Yeah,
but they have a plan of action immediately. Versus the person who has never thought of it and let go. Sometimes you have to turn into the skill, like the people who know the vehicle and they do defensive driving. Same situation, same vehicle, same wet spot on the road, and same skill, and one everything and cover them and go, Jesus Christ, and them slide off and them have a big accident. The other person feel the slide and maybe control it and make them way out. And it's not that they're not scared, but you have like that event happen to you and you what you need to do in the event and you get out of it. Then when you're like, oh, what just happened to me, right? Yeah, you just kind of you kind of have to just
The reflex take over. The reflex you're prepared for how much time in your mind it took over.
Yeah, you fall to your training.
Thing.
Yeah, you go to that level of this might be so bad that let me wasn't freaking out the way I'm freaking out now. Let me follow my process, right? And it give you something to follow. It give you something to, and a good process allows you to understand what's happening and make a decision. Because that's what you really need to do. It's all about making decisions. What's the decision that I make? What should I do here? Yeah, and
then managing emotions, and not even mine.
I can imagine, I can imagine your customers, yeah.
Because a lot of them are new to investing. They really, I never known about investing. I found this guy, and I trust him to do it. Who are going to lean on when nothing go wrong? I'm going to lean on this guy now, right? So that's how they think, right? And I know that it's the same risk. It's still your money in a stock. It's still, you know only so much about the stock because it's not you doing the research. So when the time comes, then I'm panicking. And I always say, John, please, as much as I know, say I don't have the time to do, like, just be behind somebody, managing whatever. I can't tell them to the money moon. Right? I even say to them, don't suffer in silence. If they try to get me and they don't get me, buzz me again. Because I want to be there as much as I can, right? But if the real thing behind it, stocks go up and down. And you have to know that if this down, we still have the same outlook. We're looking at something better. This down now is cool. Maybe we move into something else because maybe everybody else will panic and this down not going to really work out for the goal we had in mind. That kind of thing. But at the end of the day,
down.
Yeah, or do we average down? Is it down an opportunity? Is it a good thing for us?
Yeah. You find I say that girl, you find the people who are like that. The same thing happen and oh wow, the thing that I thought was amazing, you're offering it to me for 30% cheaper. I'm gonna buy more, right? And then somebody else is like, Jesus, 30% down. Well, it's not a loss, it's not a real loss.
Bro, dollar is the same thing. Dollar was I'm laughing at thing there, just looking at just the reaction sometimes. You were willing to buy that at $4, you had a $4 order. And the $4 order don't work out because the $4, the $3.99, you have to have $3.99 1 cent there for $4. $3.99 it goes through, you trade at $3.99. But wait, why somebody ordered at $3.50? Why going to $3.30? Jesus Christ, I think they're $2.60. Just yesterday, you were willing to buy it for X amount, and your timeline and your goal have nothing to do with anywhere. The day to pass, all those things out, but immediately the panic set in because the thing I was fine, you could have given me this thing at $4, I'm gonna take it, and you're giving me at $2.60, and I'm afraid.
Yeah, you know it's funny.
When you just tell about thing that Lee just said, so average down from $3.50 to $2.80, he's in profit now.
I think of this as funny as I remember how many people said that they're looking to buy $1 before it is. I thought about this like 3 weeks now, and because I also wanted to see who would get it. And if you get it and you've been on, you can send a speaker request and go through. And before I tell a dollar story, I've had, because we're talking to Lee for so long, I've had this is Abs on, and she has been waiting for a good little while. She said she wanted to has a rare and progressive heart disease, and she has a battery in her chest, which I guess technically she's an android. And but they don't stop her at all. Like she said, she always fighting and helping people, and so she wanted to give you guys an announcement. So let me not have her waiting too long. Hi Abs, you can hear us?
Abs, what's going on?
Hi.
Hello.
So hi guys, my name is Abs. If any one of you follow me on here, I'm always talking about living with heart disease. I have a rare and progressive heart disease called arrhythmogenic right ventricular dysplasia, or ARVD for short. In my heart is slightly enlarged. I have 2 leaking valves, and my heart rate is fast to the point where it can send me into cardiac arrest at any time. So I have to wear this implantable cardioverter defibrillator, or in layman's term, a battery in my chest that monitors my every heartbeat and shocks the hell out of me when my heart is racing too fast. Because once my heart rate goes to a certain level, I can go into cardiac arrest just like that. So the battery basically monitors that and snaps me out of it. But how it snaps me out of it is with some shocks that feel like a horse kicking me in the chest. So yeah, have me flying all over the place. But
Sorry, it does that to calm you down?
Yeah,
yeah,
I was like in my head, I'm like, I was so stressed.
it does that to slow my heart rate down when my heart is going above a certain level. So I'm on medication to help keep my heart rate slow on a day to day. So if I wake up and I don't take my medication, as soon as I wake up, I cannot even stand in the bathroom to brush my teeth without my heart racing so fast to the point where I feel like I'm going to pass out. So with all of that, I know the struggles of living with heart disease. So I started a foundation. It's called the I Have a Heart Foundation. And I've been advocating for the needs of people living with heart disease. I've been raising awareness because, believe it or not, heart disease is the leading cause of death here in Jamaica and across the world as well. So I've toured several high schools, share my story, encourage people to take care of them heart, because most heart disease deaths are preventable, believe it or not. So on that note, guys, if you're having chest pains and them something, that please get screened, because chest pain are not always gas. So maybe gonna forget screened. Um,
How do you get
so,
screened?
um, go see a doctor.
Okay, I thought it's like Heart Institute or something like that.
No, yeah, you can go to Heart Institute and do the test. The good thing with Heart Institute or the Caribbean is that you don't need referrals to do the test. You just call them and tell them which test you want to do, and you just go there, pay your money, and get it done. Um, Other things that I've done through my foundation is I've partnered with an overseas organization, and to date we have assisted 23 people with free heart surgery. We're hoping to help more people. The pandemic kind of did put a stall on things, but we're trying to start the mission again come January 2023. My advocacy has also led me into meeting with the Honorable Brogard and I say, sir, this is what's happening in our cardiac sector, and we need two perfusionists. And that led to the government offering two full scholarships for two persons to study perfusion medicine. So you will soon get two new perfusionists, thank God.
Oh, that's good.
And also I do regular blood drives because blood always short, and
Facts.
every day blood is needed. And blood help not only help my fellow heart warriors, but blood help cancer patients, kidney patients, accident victims, people who get stabbed up, people who get shot. It helps pregnant women, premature babies. So I do what I can to help. Um, Tomorrow I have my 8th blood drive, and this one is in partnership with Karim Boya Things. So please, guys, if you're hearing my voice and you're willing and able, please, may I beg you, come out and donate 1 pint of blood. When you donate 1 pint of blood, you actually save 3 lives. And if you
Lit.
want come donate blood and you don't have no ride and you live in Kingston, shoot me a message. I have somebody who offered to transport people to and from the location. He can't donate blood, so that is his contribution. So if you want come donate blood and you don't have a ride, shoot me a message and we'll make arrangements for you, because it really needed. Seriously, a lot of times
Okay.
we see people come on social media beg blood for them family and friend, and every year at least 60,000 units of blood are needed, and barely 30,000 units them collect a year time. So I do what I can do through my foundation to help. And throughout the years, because of how bad my heart was, I wasn't able to donate, but I've been stable enough and my doctor gave me the green light. So tomorrow I'm going in that chair to donate blood. I'm going to be a hero. Yeah,
Wow.
the Justice League and the Avengers them not have nothing for me, may I tell
Well,
you.
one sec, just tell the people again. What is it that you want? Because you say you want them to donate, but I don't think you give them, or repeat, I should say. You should repeat the instructions for them.
Yes, so it's at the National Chest Hospital tomorrow. We start at 9 a.m. and we go up to 2:30. But if people are coming in after 2:30, then we'll accommodate them. And what you should know is that you should eat at least 1 to 3 hours before coming to donate, walk with a valid ID, and mask up because COVID's still a keep. And when you're
Facts.
donating blood, you basically get a free checkup because them check your blood pressure and your iron and save some lives.
Agreed.
Big up, Abs. Thank you very, very much.
Thank
Big
you,
up, Abs. Thanks for the
guys.
message. Really hope people take
Yeah.
it on and do more for people in need. Truly.
Yeah. Abs, since you're here, you invest on the stock market?
No, you know, but remember some message at one time, so I'm interested, I'm want to do it.
In respond.
All right.
Yes, he did.
Good.
Yeah.
I wish you'd to you do. I wish you did so you could tell people like how do you calm down when you freak out, because I've seen people freak out about their portfolio. Meditation, all of that, deep breathing.
Who, me?
Yeah.
How I
Anything that
calm
worked
down?
for you, I think will work for anybody else.
I with this heart thing to me suffer from terrible anxiety. Yeah, my have to
Yeah, maybe
breathing
you link at Danhai.
exercises. Breathing exercises and music and water calm me down. So when I'm having attacks, I stand up in the shower, make the water run for me, or just listen music and just try breathe and try my best to calm down. Or make somebody hug me up and just hold me and tell me, "Say, I go, all right, I'm not dying."
Wow, I'm happy that you have help and you have all that.
Damn.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
maybe
big up,
you
Abs.
should- Yeah, maybe you should don't want to invest. Maybe you definitely link a Danhai and make him just handle the stress of the market for you.
I might just do that.
Blind
And
phone.
on that note, guys, if y'all are spiritual or religious, or if you even believe in a higher being, just send up a one prayer for Abs, because my condition is progressive. So as I get older, it's going to get worse. And this year I'll be 30, and in the 30s is when the deterioration usually start. And my mother kicked the bucket when she was just 39. So and I just go and send up a prayer for me so I can live till me at 99 or 109.
All if you're not religious.
Yeah, well, I send up two. I feel it till them
Yeah,
soon.
man.
Them soon sort out the some stem cells, something for you, and sort it out, right?
Hopefully.
Or something CRISPR related. But big up, Abs, and thank you for that, and thank you, Lee, for giving us the gap while Abs could tell us about that. And I said that, and Lee looked like him cut. Oh man.
Well, give enough message since him reaching us. So I guess in finally said tap out now. You don't know.
Yeah. If anybody else have any other thing that they want to talk about, we are still talking about the market and the year to how the year to date.
Oh, the first half of us.
Yeah, the first half of it, the year to date performance. So not just a performance, but like personal performance. Most exciting stock for you than for the first year. The first half of the year.
But I hate doing that kind of thing, so I just pick up to some. I guess just speak some. But let me say Fesco. Because of the noise in the first half. Not those first early parts of the year, Fesco 285. I started this year with my Fesco. And I was like, John will start. He went all the way to 8 and bounced 750, hit 6 something for it's been a wild ride since. So Fesco, I would say. And a lot of people, talking points behind Fesco, people talking more about Fesco, talking deeper about the company. I've seen a lot of that more than just the usual. What the price there? People actually talking about gas price and how it impact them, and how maybe investing in Fesco makes sense for them based on what they set up and how they want to get what they want from the market.
Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why we have that on My Money JA, on the Fesco page. We keep a current run of all the fuel, the petroleum prices and petroleum oil byproducts, so the asphalt, ultra low, blah blah blah. The grower grads understand why this sort of information makes sense, and we allow you to look at it week to date, month to date, quarter to date, and of course year to date. And gasoline, like 30 to almost 50%. Between gasoline, 30%, 29% and 90 year to date in terms of the rise in price, full $49 and 5% on propane. Yeah, trust me, I was thinking about that when Lee was saying, we're not retail. I'm saying, yo, if you think I'm retail, then I probably more retail car than I do even have to drive. Because gas prices, man. Wow. Fesco. That's not a bad one at all. I was going to say the
Most
same thing.
exciting.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I can't say I'll have to pick something else. I was gonna say it because
Not
of
Ruffy.
because of the same the retail response. The retail response
Mm-hmm.
that Fesco showed. Is one of the first signs early in the year because also it's not an IPO, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
I mean, yes, it's an IPO. Meaning at this point, like early in the year, it was still within 12 years of having 12 months of having
12
listed.
months.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it listed in April or May last year.
Something so.
Yeah,
April, I think.
and to see it at this point, the IPO hype has died. It was at two little bit, and it had been at two little bit for a little while now. It had kind of found its
Mm-hmm.
median there, a little below 3, sometime up to 3. Then
Mm-hmm.
nothing like that. And then the year started, and the
Charge ahead.
retail, yeah, man, the retail got into it. I think as the anticipation of the results, everybody realized that people outside have more
Uh-huh.
business happening early in the year, and then
And they saw those gas station lines every single day. Somebody was posting and said, "Wait, there's something go on here, so cause
yeah, man,
Beachwood and Mandela Ram."
yep. And then the Q3 results came out. Their Q3 results came out, and it was like, wow, them actually starting to make money. It was them starting to make more money than we expected. So everybody at
Yep.
that point is looking to see, yo, what does the new outside look like? 73 million compared to 20.9, almost 21 million the year before.
Jesus.
Yeah. And so you get that sustained rise. There's some specifics around that sustained rise that I was very surprised about.
Mm-hmm.
And then Putin stepped in to Ukraine,
Mm-hmm.
and gas prices just went crazy. And outside same time, because that's late February, and people start
Mm-hmm.
realizing, yo, this is expensive, and more people going around, and the frenzy hit, and the frenzy being the retail. Granted, the
Mm-hmm.
directors were doing their part.
Yep.
They were buying, and that in itself was very telling because they are inside the company. They know more than we know, and the fact that they're
Mm-hmm.
buying at orders of magnitude higher than what they could have bought it at less than a year before. Like directors
Mm-hmm.
buying at 4 and 5 and 6, to me, is a sign of them know that this thing is worth much more than that to them. So them trying to grab it to like everybody else. Plus them have the founders pool with their agreements and
Mm-hmm.
arrangements and so on. Yeah, it was a grand indicator of the retail to me. And then of course it is still, I should say, still a huge indicator of the retail in my mind. It was the first one, and then the IPOs that came after that.
Uh-huh.
IPO this year is edifocal, but I am biased in that. And then dollar now is I actually kind of tired of talking about dollar too. As Steph said that on Twitter that we should stop talk less about dollar. Oh, he's not sorry, I'm misquoting him. He didn't say that him don't want us. Him tired of us talking about dollar. Him say he wishes that we would talk less about dollar. I guess maybe because him don't want the attention on it, or some of the things that
to keep it down,
yeah, it's the most watched stock on the market right now, Steph. There's
Yep.
nobody that's
Not talking about that. Trust me. Everybody wants to have that conversation. Trust me.
yeah. Which reminds me of that point when you were making that point. I'd wanted to follow up with it when you had
What that
mentioned
now?
the buying at higher prices, and how like the week before people were trying to buy it at putting in bids for $4, right?
$4.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think the same thing all the time. Like the people that we're talking to online weeks before, I'm thinking, yo, you thought you were gonna buy it at about 250, 260. That's what you said.
Yes.
But a bunch of
And
those
the
people
moment it's there.
once it broke 3 and they never get, and they decide to not try that. Some of us sell what me did
That
have
no
from
good again.
before. Yeah.
Yep.
Them sell their part, I'm out of dollar. Or maybe them just not business, them just leave the liquor 2.6%. Because some people still
But
salty about that.
that's also funny because if you think about it,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. That's cash in them hand and themselves go buy some dollar with it.
Yep.
So no, it's not like they never have the money. It's not like they were looking for opportunity for whatever they can get. So my thought is, as always, what's the plan? Yeah, but if you were to buy at 2, you know how it's going to. If they got in at 230, they got in at 260 on the rise up to 3, and they go hit 3 and fall back. They weren't going to sell at 3, you know. And they want them $4, they want them $5, they want them $6, they want them $7.
Some people said they're willing to buy it up to 350, but once it broke 3, them done with the stock because
done
3 days later,
know that again.
3 or 4 days later, it's at 260 odd, and trading as low as 260, and no, I'm done with dollar, and them looking for the next thing. That is like IPO fever on people, you know. That's IPO fever. Them like, them looking for something else. I'm like, a week ago you said you wanted this thing at 260 or 270 or anything below 3. It's even been below 3.
Right? Even 350 was fine, you know, bro. 3.
But that's beautiful, because that's what happens with the right. I'm just looking on and I'm in awe of what the new retail looks like. That's really it. I'm just in awe of what the new retail looks like. And
wait, it's funny because you know what this way to as well. People will start forming. I think people will start probably looking at a longer trend for IPOs in how they plan around it, because they see the
trying to be at the head of the line. Let me try and get it when it trade for. Let me see if I can get it when it trade for 132 or 175 or 231. Like it's not accidental that I said to people like, yo, you're not going to get it.
Yep.
You're not going to get it there. I mean, yeah, obviously somebody have to get some, but with no 10.
Probably I can say that to 10 people and be reasonable sure 9 now get it.
One probably won't get it either. Maybe.
Oh, no, very unlikely.
Yeah,
boy, you need to sample. Yeah. I mean, I was clients like, yo, I know you're that, you know. Like, when people ask me, all right, cool, we're making a plan for one of my first questions is, I want to know the circuit breaker rule. If you kind of know and you feel you know, then you don't know. And you already out. There is no you getting it. You get try for it. And I even the table, I say, all right, I can tell you a price. I can tell you how early you need to be putting in the order. But one, I'm saying this to 100 other people. And if things change, then the circuit breaker rule to best effective. So in truth, it might not be a best bet in planning how you get it. So the most I can do, we put up a plan for getting dollar. And then what we did after that was, all right, cool. Dipping. So they're still great, whatever. These other things, they look great for going forward based on what's going to happen. So what we can do, to put things in place. If we don't get the dollar you want, then we're looking at these things. We can go to there otherwise. And that happened a lot because a lot of people were laser focused on dollar. And 2, you know certain type of goals. So, you hear, let me use a good example. You hear people with goals like Jerry, but they're not doing things Jerry doing.
Yeah.
People with a very, very, very strong goal. And say, you can't miss this IPO thing that's in front of you because you need X money by X. And this IPO one, with where the rest of the market is maybe a golden really feasible, but we're just buying one of these things. Like it's much less likely that you get to that level of return on the regular for everything else than going to dollar. Dollar is your best bet for getting. So you can't actually miss dollar. So you hear those type of goals, so we can't avoid going for dollar.
So then
but
you have
my prep talk is the usual annoying. I hate. Let's talk about risk. Let's talk about the goal is pretty steep and this kind of sounding unlikely without these things hitting the right notes at the right time. So you need to touch dollar and you need to be doing this, and you're not really at that level of knowledge based on where I see it, but this is what we have to do for it. And we'll make a plan on whatever. Yeah, that had a lot of that.
Yeah, I hear it all the time. I hear it at Grow. It reminds me of that moment at Grow where people actually realize that, wait, this thing is actually teaching something. I thought it was just, I was like a trick. It's like, no, it's a real thing and you can really make some fantastic gains, but it's not magic.
I think I think it's that more than the next thing, you know. I think it's more than a trick. I think they came to learn a magic trick. I think a lot of people think we have this secret around, you know, this thing about investing that if we do this, it'll make a bag of money and it's really easy. You just need to learn this one thing to do it. And then them go grow and them realize, oh wait, it's you to teach him how to do this thing. And him still at telling me say it's not magic. Him telling me say at the market. How to learn how to make money on the market. Instead of him going to teach me this one trick and if I put in this order this certain way and get this right time, then boom. Problem solved, money make go on business. I'm learning this thing. Yeah. And I think some people, even think people go there and then they think they leave with that.
Yeah.
They think, all right, because I ask other people, it did grow. And when I hear the goals and I might have my boy run with that caution, you know. Right? But then them say, well, do grow, man. I'm gonna say it's not a magic trick, it's not a let me just solve this thing. And I say my follow-up response is applying the principle. And then maybe I'll run down and we'll talk about that and then I'll show them, say, yo, you're kind of falling short here because the goal you're coming with not going to really match the kind of thing that you're going to be doing towards it. And like, I'm here, I can help you. Truly, I can help you to a strong degree. But if you have certain goals, you know that go around it. You're looking for 200% in this very short time. And then I give you a stock on whatever. But then this one thing change for the stock and the stock give you a 30 instead of the 50 you need. Or maybe you missed the right price because you move slow, you know, but sell your fast enough here. So you're afraid to take the loss on this thing you've been holding since 2019. A lot of things go into it. If you're not really up there with certain level of knowledge, then you're sharpening yourself.
Mm-hmm. And most times it's what I've found, you know, I get interesting feedback. A lot of the last few months I've been listening keenly to the feedback that people who have done grow more than once give me.
Oh yes.
So like, yeah, a lot of time when I get the feedback up to today, I was in a conversation with somebody who did it over. Mm-hmm. And oftentimes, like sometimes I know what it is, you know. Sometimes there's different types. There's people who go into it knowing something about investing already, and you decide to know much, and you miss a lot. And I know that happens. So I try to direct people, especially people who know, like, yo, you want to pay attention to this. You want to interact. You want to do something because trust me. And they don't get it. And the second time they're like, oh, get it. And I missed a lot. But what I don't usually hear that. What I hear is like, yo, no, this sounds different. You put more into it. No. Yeah. No, there's somebody from yours who thought I put so much into it. No, but not that I don't improve and change a thing, but there's a world.
It's not this month, next month, and you know, so definitely the whole new curriculum next month, ain't that?
Yeah, it's not that at all. It's like, yo, it's just at this time you actually pay attention and start doing it. And so like
maybe a stronger knowledge base for it. I get that a lot. I offer my clients that I get a lot of repeats. So that what they do is they go grow. Mm-hmm. They start investing, and maybe something key happen on the market for them. Either they made a gain or they miss something and then realize, hey, them slip up, and then them say, I'm going to do it again, because and I hear it often whenever them start talking and so on, and then we do it again because wait, I get it, and I know Randy said this in a way I need to go hear it back because I know that I can connect that one that now I can connect it much better. But hear Randy say it again. Because I know, say, on this level of knowledge, just say, come from me doing it over again. I hear a lot of clients say that to me, I'm going to do it again. Just because, yo, wait there. Eureka. If I go back and know, say, boy, yeah, I did miss something there, so I never 100 on it. But I know, say, it's a missing link now for me doing much better here.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that kind of feedback from people. I never thought of it in quite that way before, though. I just take it for granted that most times these people are no. Because from my end, what I'm seeing is usually them have them camera on and them paying attention, them asking questions. And so I'm like, oh, you know, you're actually paying more attention now. But you're right, they're probably listening for one specific thing. And I'm hoping that they realize that, yo, what else did I miss? What other?
That's a feel I get generally. Then just really say, wait, I've got a different knowledge base. I even have some clients that we start investing, we start working out and whatever, and then they do grow. I have two people. I have two sets of things. If I want to do grow and come back with stronger goals and not in sometimes it's in my head it's misadvised. That's how they go about setting new goal. They go and feel say them star now. So them go crazy with it. Some of them go and say, wait there. Maybe they just never set a goal sensibly because they never really understand when I say to them, say, what's the goal and work through and whatever. They just never get, say, the car costs X and we need to make X. Then you just fling out something before, or they throw out a percentage. I can't tell you often that. They throw out a percentage and I say, I actually ask what the money is, and then they work out and the percentage is very different from what them actually were looking for. Yeah. But thing there, what I get out of a thing there is client start, we're doing whatever, and then boom, they do grow. And suddenly the market looks very, very, very different. And then them approach to it become different. I remember a client thing that we just this week at a client. We were in something and before we were talking about the level of risky staking and whatever, but you know the goal is the goal, right? So we just have how to deal with it and how to go forward with it. And so one of the risk bite him and stuff. So he was down on it and he was reluctant to change it out when we forced the conversation. I said, here, going forward, this might not be the best thing because the stock go down and the recovery as well as the gain we're looking for may not come much. It's a very different ball game now for this stock because the view on everything changed. And then when I tell him to do it, him saying do it and everything fine, whatever. I'm saying he was slow on it to some degree, but because but first him doing this kind of thing. Him to grow up.
I'm actually doing it. That's another thing
Yes.
I tell people. The things you learn there, you have to actually do them. Like, as I said, you have to actually do it.
Him to grow and him say you understand completely, why the conversation was had, how it was had and everything there. It's a complete shift in how he felt about the conversation at the time versus going to it now. It just makes sense. He said, grow to me. He know the finance thing more than most and whatever. He know he can read financials and he actually actively working on his side of the business where him do, he has to interact with financials heavily. So I know it well. Okay. But him say grow as a psychology lesson for him. People's thoughts around the market change completely, and how him need to be how it was a big shift for him.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm always happy when I hear that because when that shift happened, it's like dominoes falling. It's just it's a constant domino effect. People just gonna learn more and more and more and more. And the beauty is that they can do it on their own. That's what I want. I want people to be able to do it on their own. They don't need me. Like I'm a stickler for that. It's not that I can't answer some questions when people ask. Something that feel good because everything
Randy say.
Yeah, Randy say everything that sound good, feel good when you're desperate, right? Everything sound like, yeah, man, there's something need to hear. That's why people tell us, talk about Jamaica producers. Talk about this because they want to feel good about it.
You also, even more than hearing what you want to hear, sometimes hear something very different from what is being said because you have no basis. You don't know what Randy was researching when he saying this. So Randy understand this thing in this way and we communicate it in this way. He maybe say something and there's a whole context to that one piece of thing that he's mentioning that you are missing. But this thing work out this way, so boom, 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 and it's only one layer to it, it done this. So. Versus if you actually read the same article Randy did read, then boom, different conversation there. And Randy is two different people. Same words.
And the funny thing is, many times when the person actually does the thing, it immediately meshes with knowledge that they already have. And so it means more to them. I've seen that so many times. I see that a lot when people come to grow and they, not necessarily in that didn't do it before way, but like they see something about, like they work for a listed company and them see something that they interact with every day or they know about from work, but they never realize what it really means to them. And know it mean more to me. All the time I see that kind of change. Because I remember that was when it was like that for me.
Well, I was working at VM when I started. First I was at VM. Sometime I was there, they IPO'd. And I know when I think that before IPO, just my view of the business from a more from okay, start work, start invest yet, beginner investor. The more I became invested and very different. The more I became an investor and whatever, getting better at it and just looking at things differently. Then my view of the business was very, very different. The things that I thought mattered at the start, it didn't really matter so much. Or the way I thought my job fit into the whole network of things. You know, that way that I thought.
Yeah.
So and that's a very, very big shift, and you see it all the time. Just how your piece of the business interact with everybody else and what the objective here or whatever.
Yeah.
If you coming from I just work here versus okay, I'm an investor, I understand the business, I know context behind whatever. Very, very, very different view.
Yeah, suddenly you start realizing more about your job and other people's jobs and what they should be, and maybe how you can improve at your job. Like, what am I really supposed to be doing? Yeah, I tell you,
what should I be bringing to the table?
Yeah, a lot of people don't actually know what their jobs are.
The jobs, yep.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know what you actually like. Why are you supposed to tell nobody to park there? Or why are you supposed to handle these reports? Why are you supposed to keep this number below this number? Yeah, you just know say I'm just to keep this number below this number, but the employee who understands them is always a standout employee, and the investor who understands the why is a deadly investor. That's one thing I loved about this year, the hundreds of people that started to learn more and very visibly learn more. Yeah, because there's a good chunk of this retail, as much as you're talking about the retail market and the rise of the retail, there's a good chunk of the retail market that is more educated, is investing in a more savvy way, making plays like all the time. You know, one time it was just the striker, big up Shan the striker on her wonderful week. But yeah, there's just a small set of people that are actively doing this and actively maybe vocal about it. No, every now and then I just catch a piece of conversation or I see a play and I can tell that there's some amazing plays that I can see happening.
You ever ask yourself, you don't know. I know you do this. I know I've had that. Just asking you, who doing that? Because like, suppose you were doing it before, and then if I know me now, who? Right? So somebody else doing that thing is who?
Yeah. Or while you're doing it don't work, and you realize it's because somebody else doing the exact same
else.
thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That is a hell
of I've even asked you something. Are you do that? Because before it used to be, man, I'm most trendy. You're most Chinese.
Yeah.
No, wait, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah. I love that. I love that the people who are getting sharper are going. It's
more depth.
It's widening. Yeah, man. There's more depth to it. And yeah, I love that about the market. My favorite stock. I don't know if I answered it. I said I would have picked Fesco also, but if I was picking one that's not Fesco, I'm tempted to think about. I don't know. Yeah, it really is a hard question. Damn, is this what I've been asking people all along? Like which stock I really like for the first half of the year?
I mean, tourism started the year, right? But it wasn't for the whole first half.
No, I can tell you which stock I'm going to love for the third quarter. Which stocks? Well, sorry. No, go ahead, Danhai. You're saying something about tourism.
Oh no, tourism started the year strong.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at CPG.
But I thought it's funny. I still find the change of view around CPG that I think goes to be hilarious. But I think also a lot of the good that I remember from CPG was also coming from last year. We were buying very, 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 very low.
Yes.
So there's also that.
Yes. Yeah, and it's funny that I was saying that tourism stocks, and because I was looking at CPG and Dolphin Cove at the time, tourism stocks I think I'm gonna love very much in the third quarter because people have seemed to have forgotten about them. And if you listen to again the typical retail investor, looking at CPG and Dolphin Cove, they're thinking of it as, yo, it's terrible. Because in February, that
Yes.
Dolphin Cove was at 20 odd, right? And now
Peak
it's at
and drop down.
no, it's at 17. So yo, it dead. I'm thinking, yo, I remember
But
when
people are saying CPJ done on the basis, and I'm saying you guys are forgetting it was coming from $3 last year.
exactly. I remember when I was excited about it hitting $10.
Uh-huh.
It falling
And
to
then
14 is
But I think more the retail hearing it too, because I mean I think people start showing me the same tourism analytics page that we were been looking at last year,
yeah,
and they're
that one
telling me
got
how
up.
great tourism has done recently. So I know that some people are looking at the direction and expecting very strongly from them.
Yeah, some people and
So it's not a lot. Trust me. I think no, I say it. No, you're gonna hear it more. But
yeah,
a couple clients when we're talking about it, them say they're probably looking back there based on it. Yo, look like time again. Them saying basically, yeah. So that's a talk I'm getting from a couple clients. Every now and then a man say it to me, or maybe in a conversation and somebody say, yo, the tourism numbers are XYZ. The thing there, yeah. So I think some eyes are turning back there, and you know how that go.
Yep. CPJ still on a tear. CPJ half year.
Look on CPJ PE. Yeah, I'm still laughing at the fact that CPJ is the price. CPJ is less than the price it was with less than half the P, with more than less than half the PE that it was when people were saying, yo, the PE too high.
Yep.
Think about that. People were saying, PE too high on the basis of, yo, we had 6 months of great reports and 2 more losses to come out for the books for that full year. But the PE too high. And to say otherwise was almost blasphemous. The price is now lower. The PE cut by more than half. And silence.
Silence is good. Silence is where the real
opportunity.
Yeah, man. Where the real opportunity often is. I don't mind silence, especially when I am also distracted in a third thing. Like for me.
Yes. Yeah. Leave the opportunity open. So whenever I decide that it's good enough, it's what I need it to be, then I can walk in the door very happy because nobody else is here, so it's cool.
Yeah. It leave me the option. It's a third option for me. So when I done display, I now have this post play money to go back into that thing, and thankfully it has been left at this price. My price.
Imagine sell CPG at 14, walk away, come back and wait it. 50% richer.
Yep.
And the stock that I think will be great still, that I left alone for some while now, is at the same price I left it at. That's not a bad deal.
It's a hell of a deal. If you're smart, there's a hell of a deal. At least that's how I'm looking at it. And I do own both, and I'm buying more.
I still do own both. In fact, I have had to manage fears around them, and probably even people around them in ways, and meanwhile still holding majority of what I had before. Because the way I see things will be better. Just timing and all that.
Well, help manage my fear around it publicly then. My biggest fear with CPJ is this APO.
Oh no, I can't manage that one. That's a fear I have not managed because it's still a fear for me, and it's also a fear I've had to manage in, hey, it's either we're staying and you deal with that when it comes, or we move away, and if there's any confirmation point for me that it's not happening or happening in a way we said it publicly, we're still waiting on that first APO that look good, right?
Yeah.
Big up Barita, but if Randy know what I mean, everybody else probably not.
A couple of people. I think I've explained it a couple of places. I've explained it at the girls, so I think people have an idea of how Barita's own might have been different, because it's obvious that whoever is doing it has a very good idea of what the actual market cares about and how to manage the market's expectations. And they look like them care about the share price. The others,
it says.
It's just left for, like, people are learning. People are either learning or left to learn. APOs. What I didn't like, that's something I didn't like about the first half of the year. How APOs started to be pushed as almost a normal thing.
Oh yes.
It shouldn't.
To the point where it's happening in places where there's the reasons that were given for APOs just never really hold up.
Well,
Like, oh, cool, this APO is happening, but you tell me it's XYZ is a good reason for an APO, but I'm not seeing this XYZ thing being happening here. So what's going on? Yeah. So, but yeah, CPJ APO. That's a fear I have. The thing there. My idea around it is, if it happens, either it has to happen in a way that I would consider this a good opportunity. Otherwise, I'm not staying for it. And a lot of my people, then we're not going there. A good amount is we're not going there because the possibility of an APO, like, even might rise a good amount before that APO before that point. But the last time we spoke, the last time you guys spoke to us, it sounded very, very APO to me. So maybe
an APO with rights
APO
issue
rights.
features.
Exactly. That sounds like you're going APO, bro. I mean,
with rights
give me the public
features.
pool. Yeah, still an APO.
Yeah, like what is
And
that?
it doesn't solve the issues that come about in an APO, or maybe it does. But I have to see that first. I have to read that prospectus and say, yeah, man, this can do it.
Well,
and even then, it's a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I trust. Well, let's see how the brokers do it. I trust the brokers that have always been interesting to remain interesting in how they put things together.
Agreed.
Yeah. And
that's actually the saver point for me as well.
Yeah.
And that CPJ is tied to interesting brokers, so it could be that these guys have something in store that can really give me something good to get out of an APO. So we'll see.
Yeah, that I'm actually interested in that. Or so far, every time the question has been put to anybody aligned to either, well, at this year, I'd say Mayberry. I haven't really heard, because all of the APO stuff I've heard, it hasn't come from Mayberry. It's really come from CPJ.
Other brokers, yeah.
Yeah, well, CPJ directly. Every time I think about the articles written quoting Mark Hart saying it. So that's really what I think about. I haven't really heard that from any broker. In fact, the only time I've heard a broker talk is when, like, one of the top CPJ shareholders or people who control one of the top CPJ shareholders saying that as far as they know, the business is doing pretty well and managing its needs from its operation, like it's operationally cash positive is what it sounds like they were saying. Like, they're not really in need right now. They're expanding, they've turned things around. As we see, the profits have been amazing.
Well, the question, I would say the question asked there was very much debt based. The question was, hey, do an APO to clear this debt? And the response was, we're managing. We're thinking that that's how it felt like the response was. The response was, we're running. We have cash coming in, doing well for operations, and cash is a big issue with debt, right?
Yeah.
To me, the response felt like we're managing debt. It never so it didn't allay my fears around an APO at all. My thought was, okay, we still have the possibility of an acquisition. That was put to the table a long time. So maybe the APO could be for that and not the debt. If we're managing debt, then we're managing debt.
Yeah. But I mean, the APO would manage the company's debt, right? From an operational point of view.
Certainly. Cash in hand.
Yeah. And it would be great to see what they look like sans debt. But
facts.
Yeah, but or with more manageable debt. And if you're thinking along debt lines, they might have to move quickly because rates seem to be trending in the other direction.
Right? Yes. Yes.
So if they want to get a good deal, they'd have to that. Unless they go rights issue, it would be a lot of money, right? I hear talk of, like you say, acquisitions might be a lot of money required. So
but either way, it is. If the rights issue is a lot of money, same guy to spend the same amount if they want the same stake. So, again, as you said before, it doesn't actually solve that issue. I think that's a nice marketing point for whoever is selling an APO.
Yeah, what I didn't like was also is how a lot of crap started to be said. Like it looked to me like an almost deliberate obfuscation, like them trying to make it muddy to most people understand this financing. So we could say some finance things around it and say, they make it seem like they're not that different. Like, no, it's a if you invest
quite different.
If you invest your money as a regular retail investor, if you invest your money to make a profit from cap gains, an APO is directly antagonistic to your ability to do that. Directly. Like in a very real way. So that there's literally only one example of it not happening. And that example did things specifically to try and prevent that.
It's when I look at things like that, I'm very, very, very confused. Because my first question is, do you not understand? No, because if you see the thing done by the people that did it right, then it's almost obvious why the things they were done, and then it's combating the point you're making. So you can't look at two of those things and then say this. Well, on the other hand, this was done. It does too much. It's if you understand one, then you understanding, all right, cool. Then that no longer holds any water. The thing I was saying here. So, are you being disingenuous, or you just don't really know what you're talking about? It's one or two.
Yeah. I wonder because the boss can say something that's
We say working. That's a one sometimes. We all know that's a real thing. Security guard that tell you to do this because boss tell him saying that.
So a lot of people just literally the script them give me, I don't know this thing. I know to sell well, and I do what I'm told, and nothing wrong with that, right? If that's your job, that's your 9 to 5, make your money. Just from me looking on as somebody, and not judging the people in their jobs, I'm talking about like I'm looking on a thing that affects the growing retail investor class, and I think it is heavily within the investor class. The things I've heard, how they speak, I think it's heavily perpetuated. It continues to be attractive to people because only people who don't actually know. That's the simple truth. Only people who don't actually know.
Again, it sounds like an IPO.
Yeah, it sounds like IPO.
It's spoken about like an IPO.
Yeah.
It's spoken about like an IPO. So as far as a lot of people are concerned, it's an IPO, which is funny because this is the same. You've heard the disdain for the way people treat IPOs. I mean, you've heard some segments of the industry how they treat the whole idea around somebody wants to flip.
Yeah, those
but
flippers.
IPOs are sold on the basis of you can flip. That's like saying, boy, imagine saying, hey, if you want to flip, you can't participate in this thing. How much money do you think them getting? Much less amount. That nice retail, we make a bag of money. We got a bag of money from this broad base of people. That's looking very, very, very different the moment you tell a man say, yo, the flipping thing banned, bro.
Yeah.
So, and then if you're selling this thing that it's put forward in the way an IPO is put forward, then it's the same marketing. It's the same thing behind it to say, yeah, man, cool. If you like this thing, you like this thing too. Why you like this thing? But then it's funny because in an IPO you can actually do the flip. It's a very flip different for the thing there. To an APO.
You're flipping backwards.
Jesus. It's a belly flop.
Yeah. I mean, it might be great if the market have shorting. If the market has shorting, I'd love APOs.
Imagine. Go to my boss.
Lord.
Run them up.
Yeah, man. Give me a 1 year short on KP REIT. Okay, but if the market doesn't, I mean, it's for people to just know under the research. It's just for people to literally know under the research.
And the thing that we love absolutes, especially in cases where there's an argument, where if I hold the line of this absolute, then I can tell myself I want an argument. I can whatever. So then there's an idea. Say, boy, if Randy got shot KP REIT based on the basis of they did an APO and whatever happened, and it actually worked out, Randy's not crying. He's like, so wait, it's work out? Something can go on for you, man. And suddenly, there's profit somewhere here. So I don't think Randy is crying at that one. I mean, I think the way I know Randy is very much cool. Yes, we'll do the APO, yes. As long as it happen in this way, then we can make some money. So we're good with that.
Yeah. Yeah, but outside, like I can't. Yeah, but I much rather. I just don't like it because
No, I know, I agreed. I
yeah,
definitely, yeah.
it for me it only makes it only is sold to the retail public in the way it is because of the knowledge that the retail public doesn't understand what they're actually getting into.
Mm-hmm.
And I know because for the last 2 years I've been hearing what's happening with JMMB share price. When you think signal start go up, what going to prove and why prove and now move? That's literally what it does. So I never liked that about the first half of the year. That's something that I really
Oh
don't
no,
like.
definitely.
Yeah.
You know, what I'm saying? People, it's here. A client of mine, very invested in signals. I mean, in my mind, she has the goals for it, and you don't think not even she alone. A good amount of people do have the goals for it, but then you know that it's also I have XYZ goal. 10 years from now is fine, or I'm very fine holding this thing forever because I think the returns I will get from it fit my whatever. But it now move up now, and it hurt my feelings. And in my head, I'm like, there is no way in hell you can do that. Like, there is no. Let me go into this thing and fit whatever. If you're going to be worried about the short-term return or whatever return by X time, that has nothing to do with the goal stated, and that's either not your goal, or you need to manage your emotions around that situation completely. So I get what you talking about signals, you guys, boy, when stop talking about signals, but in my head I'm like, it's not us. It's really not us. Again, and we talk about it because we get the questions about it.
And
So,
talking about it has helped and saved many people. I used
oh,
to call.
definitely.
I see what name that guy there on Twitter. I've forgotten his name. The doctor guy
Oh, Dr. Signals.
I used to call him
Dr.
Doctor
Signals.
Cygnus. Yeah, Doctor Cygnus.
People still ask about if him still own Signals, you know.
Yeah,
Every time
yeah.
tweet about a stock man asking about Signals.
I mean, I, I just I repeat that I'm just happy that more people have started to get more educated towards what it takes to be on the market and realizing that the market doesn't, you don't have to be a genius. It don't require that sort of genius. It just require common sense. Some knowledge and some common sense is what carry there. And let me point out again. I know people really like when we talk. Then it's like, oh, it's like earnings season. But if people want to join,
Oh,
this is
yeah,
chance.
I've got that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Somebody
chance.
tell me, say, yo, we just want you guys talk. Me not depend on the come talk to it. Somebody told me that.
Yeah. I
She
always
not
think
try
about
answer no question.
yeah. I always think about that, but then I always think about the shows that I've always liked. How much would I have loved to be able to like actually
Chime in. Yes.
yeah, or ask, what you really think about XYZ, or just yeah, to me it looked like a superb opportunity. But maybe everybody don't see that way. Some people do. I know some people do because some people say it. But then like you say also, some people just don't want to answer no question. Big up the people who do answer questions and they're like, oh wow, I'm glad I did. Cause it showed me say
Learning today.
really yeah. I don't load up anybody, but there are people who have gone from, and they know themselves, have gone from, boy, I never really want to ask something. I'm gonna ask, and I'm glad I did. I'm very happy because it allowed XYZ. So big up those people. But anyway, I said all that to say that if you want to join us, if you have a question, a point, anything you want to talk about for the start of the year till now, how has it been for you? Send a speaker request, and we will approve it, and you can join us on the conversation. Or if you want to hear what to think about whatever stock, I mean, we can have a conversation about that stock though, whatever that stock is. I'm sure a lot of people looking at that. Most anticipated IPO for the first half of the year. What do you think it was, Danhai?
Oh, it's okay. I know.
Because the first half.
Okay, first off, I know the new next most anticipated IPO is, but
Really, which
first
one?
half of the
What
year
is
though,
that?
after
What is-
once, boy, yo, Larry,
Oh, really?
or upon come list, boss, because people keep asking me when do that already. People are begging you to do that money. All right, people are
GK.
begging.
GK
So-
GK seems to enjoy having money options just in their own time. They certainly move in their own time and nobody else's time. They're certainly moving their own time. So I don't know. I think
No, people ask me. It's my most common IPO question.
Really,
And what do you think about
mine is
what do you think about Blue
JPS.
Dot when it IPO? And I say, oh, what's it? I don't know. There's no prospectus. I don't know how they're doing, what's going on with the company now. The most I can do is look back at SLBC and see when they were under them. But it's been I'm sure they're on a different level right now, what they're doing, whatever. Ask Larry. Yeah, man. The people ready for it, man. They're ready.
Yep.
They make sure they have money. Some people have money put down. In fact, I have money put down for when Blue Dot thing there. Them say I have some money put down for IPO. I'm looking out for Blue Dot. I'm like, Larry said Blue Dot come next week or whenever. No, we can't do that.
Somebody
but
come
people
on.
are waiting.
Yeah, somebody to come on and say weeks though, says. So they're expecting within weeks. Like within weeks, bro. Like you give them something to put on.
Most I see a man comment in a group one time, like say yo, them avoiding to pay out, them getting money and don't want to pay it out. And I'm man for ask him if you aren't a shareholder, what are you to be paid out? Like what are you expecting to get from the company? If you know IPO yet, boss, you have to wait. People are ready, man. People are very much ready. But of the ones that were listed at the start of the first half this year, which one those? JFP, Learn, Spurtree, who else this?
Spurtree in order. Spurtree, JFP, Learn, and Dollar. I mean, we've only had the
Dollar.
four so far. Sorry. Has anybody else? No, I think that it's just those four.
Between Learn and Dollar, I would say possibly Dollar. And why I most anticipated possibly because all three before it, the excitement behind them carry over into that, give more expectations around Dollar, say the market thing that. If not Dollar, then I would say Learn. Just because I know other people were similar to Blue Dot, and I think it's more now because of these things. But I think Blue Dot's expectations are more now because of these ones. But similar to it, people are already prior invested into the story of it, what's going to happen for it over the long term, the whole vision of the thing. People already wanted to buy into that. You see Gardner, you've been talking about it for years. So Reed's been a long time that people have wanted to invest in it. I think the Spurtree, JFP, I think just nobody really know about the companies prior to them coming to market. So I think the excitement for them wasn't as high there.
Yeah, and then for Eddie Focal, I think a lot of people think they know what it does. They understand it. Online school.
Oh, yeah, man, Pep.
And Pep. and at the right time, right? The time when everybody understood that a lot of kids are home. Like, you get it. I think of it as the same way. You see how regular people who had to pay for gas and realize how expensive gas is, turn around and realize that, Fesco might be a chance for me to make money back from all this gas money. I feel if people could do that with Zoom in the pandemic, they would have. And I think the closest them come is Eddie Focal, because the kids, the kids are in front. I see the kids in front of the screen. I know that them learning. And I think it naturally was there. And then also Gordon's been on Twitter for a long time. He's been on social media for a long time. He's been in the media for a while. So people kind of feel like they grow with him, them see the journey. So I think that has been a big boon to make people get into it. I was actually being half cheeky. I was saying JPS, and it still is. It
still is. I didn't get to listening to Dr. Clark yesterday. And somebody told me, say, it sounds like it delay further.
Really? Anybody who heard that, they can jump on and let us know what I'm saying. I listened to some of it. I mean, I really like that we have a finance minister that
talk to us.
Yeah, it speaks directly. I don't think people understand how big
I think it might well be setting a precedent for certain things going forward. You might have a lot more of that. And finance is a kind of ministry that you really want to be hearing about. People don't read. A big deterrent has been people not really being spoken to at them level, and we're getting a lot more of that now. And that's really how things affect you, how things actually stay, how things actually run. Before finance minister might as well have been Owen James to a lot of people.
Big up Owen James. Also, it's how would I say it's he has the ability, or he's working on the ability, because as somebody who do it, I see the improvement. he has the
Oh
ability to
yes, big
simplify.
change in the start now. Yes.
Yeah, and simplify a lot of things and bring, like, everybody says that and everybody keeps saying it. There must be some truth to it. And you hear him. He simplifies a lot of things, and I think a lot of people he's built up enough good social capital for people to go, okay, I'll listen when
When talking about things.
yeah,
Yes.
when Nigel. So,
That is a big deal to me.
You know,
The fact
people
that
say.
people are actually. Hold on.
Sorry, no, finish your point, because it's a good point.
No,
yeah.
it's the fact that people are actually tuning in to listen to the finance minister talk. Bro, that's not normal.
At all. That's not normal
Like,
at all.
even me, I think some of the things kind of boring still. Just to hear the things that we spoke about. Like, I tune in more because I want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Not because I'm particularly interested. The fact that people are actually interested. People are actually, and even just that, I want to hear about it. I want to know about it more than so. That's not normal. That's a new thing. Times change, man. But yeah, we cut each other this. I want to hear what you were saying.
Damn, you know me, if I lose a tangent, I lose a tangent.
Yeah, that's us.
it was around him simplifying things, which speaks to his understanding of it. And the fact that he has a social capital that people are willing to do it, right? Funny enough, like 2 weeks before, I'd say something like, yo, the man making a strong case for best finance minister ever. And you're right in that I don't think anybody can come after this and not try and follow that. But then, as we know from the stock market,
and Jamaica,
you cannot pretend to do that thing. Like, you can't pretend to do grow. You can't pretend you can't just come with a class and just because you come with a class is a class. Like, the people who come to the class and go to another class get the difference, right? I don't think anybody can come and fake what he does. Because when him come and you hear him reaching for the analogies and him trying to ensure that the regular person understand why we can't just abolish income tax, right? Yeah. It's even that man don't get the blowback that customs employees on Twitter get when talking about customs, right? And him talking direct, big up all of the customs agency employees, especially the ones that are like below 555. But him talking about taxes and why, like, him literally explaining things in a way that I get the importance of him doing it, right? And him go up against customs, which is him really one of the biggest revenue earners for the government. Yet him explain why, but I can't just raise the $50 limit, right? Because it don't really work, and we need the money, right? Yeah. And it sounds bad, but regular everyday people aren't the ones that are paying the most for customs income. It's like the big companies doing stuff. So that's why we can't just drop the tax on computers, because corporations, a big company imports,
and you're going to see it. You know it just so.
Exactly. I think he has been towing the line, kind of explaining that the gas tax, we can't just drop the gas tax. I think that speaks to his social capital, like the capital that he has with people who trust him, and then him go up against the Mount Everest, the great Lisa Hanna. And I mean, I'm biased, brother. I'm biased. The Lisa say it, I don't care. I
know, sir. I know. Yeah. That's why I say it.
No, so for him to go up against that and hold his own, right? All he had was his little degrees, It's not a degree. When you are a doctor, it's also a PhD. Yeah, doctor.
I think a big deal here as well. Just in how he can speak to certain things. They say he can't fake it because being a career politician is a very different ball game. So if your job is to be a politician, then boy, only know finance by so much. I mean, we're from this angle versus I've worked in companies that touch the sector in a very, 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 very strong
way. Companies.
Yeah. So then very different ball game and different angle I'm talking from in how the impact actually is versus if we do this, then vote.
Yeah, completely different.
In fact, that's a lot of Jamaica. It's politician is a career path, and you know how that goes. I mean, that's everywhere, but you know what I mean. specifically for us, how our voting system works and everything there. Just then not the system, but our dynamics behind our votings. Then you know how that go. It's man, I'm working. I do this politics thing, not necessarily financing. Do this politics thing though, and what I say goes. How I speak about it directly is how my party is impacted by it. I think that's a big shift in in his him getting in his oh, I said it. Him being here now is a very, very, very different thing than before. With
man. The finance minister was never a big selling point for government.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So that's
the bad guy. That's the bad guy. Everybody needs him, but that's the bad guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point into it, you don't hear people saying, because I remember from when I'm growing up, after a while, like me, especially after your first term, maybe, is Omar tax. They personalize it and put it on the finance minister. Yeah, a man a yard money. It's Dr. Clark explaining that we need it. They call him Dr. Clark. They call bro God, or the most right honorable bro God. But they call Dr. Clark. Like
they call bro God Andrew.
Yeah, when they vex him, Andrew, and Andrew need fit. But Dr. Clark is Dr. Clark. That's crazy. That's crazy. I respect that so much. I was calling him Carpet God, but even I can't do it. I'm like, it's still funny to me. I still love it, but it's Dr. Clark. Like the man do it. We are supposed to be a lot poorer right now, as a country. I think that is actually his biggest, and we're definitely not going into politics with this, so we're brushing it after that. But I think maybe his biggest actual challenge is something that, like, we know in investing. You don't feel, if the car was going to drop into a big pothole and you turn it right at the last minute and you miss the pothole, because you're aware that you've missed the pothole, that's good, and you think the driver is a good driver. If the driver is really good and you aren't paying attention and he missed the pothole and you don't know, and him do it smoothly,
you didn't even know.
You don't even give him credit, because you don't even know. Of course, we just had a smooth ride come down here. It's like, we had a smooth ride, but the road is not smooth at all. So it's testament to the driver. I think in some things, he is avoiding problems that most people aren't aware that we've avoided. So there isn't even credit to the fact that we should do it. It's like, just some people know that, we are supposed to be a lot poorer. Like other countries around the world, they're I like to say entry-level citizens. The young people out there are not happy. Like they're looking for jobs. Things are rough. Don't get me wrong, things are rough everywhere, including Jamaica. I'm not saying that we're all great, right? I know this is on Twitter, so you have to.
No, I ain't going politics, man. I got tell you, say you would say.
Yeah.
And that's why I hate talking about politics.
but I think the finance side, I think, is very important for us to understand, because it also matters to us on the market. But where we are in Jamaica now is an envious place. Like, watch the news and listen to the boring part after the loud headline. Like, look at what's happening in Morocco. Those Africans are going to Spain because they need work and nothing at their home. People are dying off. The numbers heading from South and Central America up to America, because they might look anything, actually increased. The pandemic has been kind of rough. In Jamaica, we have record unemployment.
The scary thing to me was, imagine if we didn't have the whole debt to GDP conversation and targeting before the pandemic.
Yeah, I don't think that conversation could have happened. No, yeah. I don't think it could happen. No.
Oh, no, no way.
Yeah.
But imagine going into the pandemic with the debt load that we had before. Imagine if you think to the guys that were buying with the market will be buying in 2020, the buying are different. The market might even look different.
Yeah.
Oh, it would definitely look different.
Yeah. Completely. We are facing record unemployment, and I'm not saying that people are as adequately paid as they should be. I'm not saying that the economy is where it should be. I hate having to do it.
Yeah, the disclaimer. Yeah, bro, we're not here for your votes.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No,
What do you think, my boss?
it's just
Orange, green, blue, anything I hear about this is that.
yeah, but consider that we've only seen this, at least in my lifetime, is the first. I wasn't old enough. In my lifetime, is the first I seen this. In Jamaica, is the first we've seen this. And then you can do something like ask him directly. Can we get rid income tax? We can stop doing that? Which, yeah, can we?
Yeah.
But to be able to ask the finance minister that directly and get a sensible answer that educate a whole heap of people.
That's also it has to be like, if PNP win tomorrow, then I know that to some degree there will be a thought process that we have to maintain this level of communication. To me, it just don't make sense otherwise.
Yeah.
And so if I go do it.
Yeah.
And next minister,
it's mandatory.
Daniel move out, and the next thing they come in, then I'm gonna go sit down and talk to him and say, but the thing that Niger did, you have to do it with a boss.
Yeah. No, undoubtedly. I definitely
imagine that. Imagine thing there.
Imagine tempting us to go down that road because
I know. But imagine that. Imagine the next JLP finance minister not doing that.
That's not possible.
Points to lose, that's enough, bro. Them that lose points, that's enough.
That's not possible. I don't think that'd be the dumbest thing to give up. Yeah, I hope that this is the standard for Jamaica going forward for the rest of my life. That no,
I want to see more than just this ministry. I want to see a lot more of this type of thing across the board.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And I know a politics man will come and tell me, say, it's there for. Yeah, all right, cool. Yes, cool. Let's move on from this, please.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. You're feeling the heat. I hate that we can't talk about this because we should be able to, but I also don't feel like doing it tonight. But I think it's a good conversation for us to have because that's what we as a country need. Forget party. Certain things we just have to, the next replacement, we have to have a good reason to not be recruiting that person from the private sector. Yeah. Yeah. We need.
Don't worry, guys. There are many good reasons.
Yeah, there are loads of good reasons. Anyway, that's another great thing about the year, the half year that we've had. That people are just generally, the financial literacy level is not where I'd like it to be yet, but it certainly isn't where it was 2 years ago.
Quite different.
3 years ago.
Different. Yep.
Growing hugely. Hugely. More investors too. Can't overstress that. I feel like we're on another point before that tangent and then I lose it. I'll tell people again, if you want to join us on the conversation, send a speaker request. And I should say for the next person or persons to send a speaker request, we can talk about something from the future too, right? Something from, in the last part of our show here, there's something that we like that we've seen set up from the first half. What science has the first half shown us about the last half. Yeah, I think that's a great point. So send a speaking request if you want, and we can talk about that. Most disappointing stock for the start of the year till now, Danhai.
What
do you think is the most disappointing stock? Actually, since I'm here, we mentioned this earlier.
The most disappointing one? Oh, gosh.
Yeah, well, you can answer.
Of course, I was afraid that. No, wait.
No, go ahead. Most disappointing stock. Oh, damn.
And not even for the price movement. I really think a lot of people are expecting a lot. No, stop. I'm a liar. Is it JMMB or is it Carib Smith?
That's a good question.
I forgot for a good while that I also don't think that out of it was this year. The tie-out, the dividend conversation becoming a thing, the conversation, royalty fee conversation.
Mm-hmm.
When I said JMMB I was being very tongue-in-cheek, running joke about April Fools. And no, I can't upset because honestly, I feel like an April Fool. That buyback, bro. The conversation changed from April 1, we're starting with regulatory. Immediately I thought about, okay, just wait on regulatory notice, guys. But I don't think JMMB is terrible. Waiting on it. So now, as needed. Buyback will happen as needed.
Well, all right,
that's crazy, bro.
Just clarify that for people because, to my knowledge, they never ever said that the buyback would start in April 1. They said that.
No, they didn't say that. It's proposed. But this appointment there is really people's
Well-
expectation around it, and then the conversation, we were waiting on regulator approval for it to go forward. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, man, we have a buyback start in April 1 as long as everything goes right. We have to hear everything go right.
I can't say that though, because they never said that. Because they
What did
never
they
said
say?
that. They said, let me go from memory and then we can check the records. But from memory, I remember them saying, yes, they had a bit of a tie-out. Them tying people from long, because they don't look like they really want to do a buyback. They look like
That was my feel. That's how I was running the joke about thing there. About April Fools.
Yeah, because
I didn't actually think it was to me it felt like, yo, if this don't pop off, then I'm not surprised.
So let me just try and frame it properly. There seem to have been chatter in the market, to use that great John Jackson term, about the buyback. People who really want a buyback because of, in my opinion, as a direct result of the APO that they did, which I don't even know why they did one. Because you let in usually it's to let in a bigger shareholder that you don't want them to have to pay other people for the rights, right? I don't know if they let in any big shareholder. I don't think they did. So they did it. They did the APO almost 3 years ago, and the reality of an APO is, the price tends towards the APO price, and then COVID hit them early March, so that just sped it up, and then it spent the next 2 years staying down at that level. Because of that's what APOs do, right? It helped create that ceiling. And then I think, the chatter after, at this point, people realize that, it's been over a year. It's been going to 3 years now. They must can do something. And people like us here, big about me talking about, they don't really care about the share price. Because if they did, there's things that they can do and they don't do it. And so I think that one of the things that went into the chatter in the space was a buyback. And if I'm remembering correctly, the buyback was actually proposed, was mentioned first at a AGM. Somebody asked about the buyback, and then the board had to respond, and they said, we'll consider. And then I think that was the genesis of it in terms of the official thing. When the buyback happened, not when the buyback happened. When the notice happened, the notice came out saying that they've approved it and it is being considered. I'm messing up the words here, but I want to finish it from memory. It's being considered it will happen, and it will happen in the financial year, which starts April 1, 2022. They're speaking about the financial year when it started, and they're saying that they intend for it to start during the financial year. Not that they were starting it April 1 of the financial year. I think they're just saying that they will happen in the financial year, which begins April 1, 2022. And of course, that became the lie that people wanted to believe. So they rushed to buy the shares because they decided, it's starting April 1, 2022. They never said that. And then what happened was that they had a bit of a notice, right before the time saying, exactly that, the which will begin that pending regulatory approval. And anybody who actually look into JMMB would understand that, they're traded in two markets. They're on more than one exchange. They're finance. They're FHC, not FHC. Sorry, they're a financial group. They have to get regulatory approval for some things, right? And there's a process for a buyback. And them just saying that, them going to do it. So the exercise is to commence in the financial year 2022-23, which begins on April 1, 2022. They never saying that exercise is to commence on April 1, 2022. They say it's to commence in this financial year, which begins April 1, 2022. And which ends then March 31st, 2023. And they could start it March 30th, 2023, and they would still be doing exactly what this says to the letter, to the word. And them saying that it's an open market buyback. I mean, that's just one of the two ways. That's a good way. They're not the only company currently doing buybacks. So the buybacks happening now, but all this they haven't said it hasn't started at all. So I think it's just straight wishes. This is just the lie people wanted to believe that carried them all the way up to how high did it trade? $61.24. Damn. So, funny story, if you're listening to me on YouTube, you guys can hear me, I think, but I am realizing that nobody on Twitter has heard the last, I don't know, maybe a minute and a half or 2 minutes of what I just said. So, if you're on YouTube, give me one moment while I figure out that sound thing. Wow. Okay, so I think I've sorted it out.
All right, so you're back. You're back.
Yeah. I was just telling the people on YouTube, I think who can hear me, that Twitter didn't hear the last like minute and a half of what I just said. It was this long explanation about JMMB. Oh wow. But hey, I'll repeat it if somebody else needs me to repeat it. But I'll assume that people heard, and we said it before that it was just wishful thinking. JMMB was pretty clear in their notice. And now I've said that Danhai has fallen off. Wow. Anybody want to jump on and talk while? Oh, I see Sir Phil is here. Well, Danhai sorts out his sound because I see him just get kicked off. Sir Phil, what's up?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Oh, go on.
Boy, you guys spot on with the thing, man. At this point in time, it seemed to me like JMMB should have just go and issue 2 preference shares and buy this surgical, 2 years ago.
Sorry, they should have done what?
Them should have just borrowed the money and go and bill.
Oh,
In the right name.
Borrow the money for the surgical shares, buy the surgical, the SFC shares, and chill. Because the APO really, is really a tie out. And then the buyback talk, as you said. Why
Hopes and dreams.
Like, why do it? I mean, to me, it works.
That's
it's
the
a
weird
good
thing.
comparison with
Sir,
Carib Cement.
That's the weird
Carib
thing for me,
Cement
Randy.
is a good comparison. Why?
Why talk
Just
about
don't
it?
say nothing. If you're
Just
not good
shut
enough,
up.
just don't say nothing.
wait, hold on. Carib Cement?
Not
No,
seriously.
I'm JMMB.
I mean, JMMB, why talk about a buyback? Give me a real reason.
I think that's what I said. For me, if I remember correctly, it there was like a lot of pressure. It was being mentioned.
Is
a
that
lot.
real?
Yeah,
Hold
I mean,
on.
pressure is as real as you make it. If people asking and they wanted to seem responsive, and it was asked at the AGM, and they said they're considering it. And then remember, if you think you have to put yourself back in the mind frame of where we were then at the time. I think like they're saying it, and then the share price fell wickedly even more afterwards. And so they're
But
like,
them no
okay,
business with pure share price. If
But
them really
no.
business with share price, them could have buy back the share.
if they cared about share price, they probably wouldn't have done an APO.
And they wouldn't have done an APO in the first place. But
Yeah.
even, all right, fine. Them decide them are going to do APO. Buy back the shares, brother. Them have the money. Them PE ridiculously low.
But then,
I hate that one, Phil. No,
hold on.
How the money talk is a very different talking.
Well, hold on. So let me say something there, because that's the funny thing about the local market. I don't think the market is at the point yet where you can make the Buffett argument, which is funny because typical part of the market loves to reference Buffett. The Buffett argument is like Buffett's company has never paid a dividend. Instead,
Right.
he uses the money to do the share buybacks. Why? Because he said, why would I take the money and just give it to you? I don't think you're better at using your money than I am. You don't think you're better at using your money than I am either, because you've been giving me your money. So instead of giving you the money, I'm going to make the best move for the shareholders, which is to buy shares in an undervalued company. And for Berkshire, buying Berkshire's own shares is often a much better deal than buying anything else. And so I'm afraid to ask what that sound is, Phil. Don't tell me what that sound is, but mute if you need to.
Sorry about that. Sorry about drinking water. Just cool on.
Um, so, um, so that like I've completely lost the tangent.
Buffett knows his
Buffett
market
says
is
that
there.
is is oftentimes the best thing for him to buy, and so that's an argument you can make in that market, and he can show that listen, I'm buying the thing that on my books is worth $50, and I'm buying it for $30, and that difference I get to book it as profit. So that's direct profit that I get to book. Why wouldn't I do it? And it helps you as other shareholders because now I'm reducing the supply, right? Which naturally increases the demand. I don't think the local market is at the point where the retail gives a damn about that, or the industry side of things gives a damn about that.
Agreed.
Very few companies do.
Oh yes.
The Epley group where
CPFE. Yeah.
where Dr.
When
Clark cut his teeth.
buying
I don't know
back
if he
forever.
cut him teeth there, but him certainly make him name when he was running it there, and you know him really showing progress there. That group is obviously acting in a more mature market. They're one of the 3 sets of people I think on the market that obviously know what they're doing. They're not a lot in my personal view. They're one of them that know what they're doing and they know to use the market. They have a buyback that they've been doing for a long time, and nobody really gives a damn. Most people don't know. The retail don't notice, and I know the industry don't really pay too much attention to it because they don't do it. You know, the industry just, if something is good, they just follow it. They're a faster horse kind of industry, right? Everybody doing APO, let me do APO too. People doing rights issue, let me do rights issue too. Stock split too, right? And so to be able to show the value in a share buyback, nobody has done it. I think if JMMB had done it, I think if JMMB had met the retail demand and go, listen, we didn't, even if they say, let's use a real situation. Guys, we never said it was starting April 1. We said it's starting in the financial year that starts April 1, right?
It's an ongoing program, yeah, man.
And it's an ongoing program. But if them did caring about the retail, 2 weeks after that, your time part of the buyback. Let's bring the share price back up because it is extremely undervalued, right? Let's bring the share price back up, and wipe those units, you know, increasing everybody else's percentage, and on the retail side, fulfill what they are looking for, because they have shown that the second they think a buyback is happening, they appreciate that. And so the thing that they want actually happens. So let me do it. Let me put the first tranche. Let me get the regulatory stuff moved quickly. And the first tranche. Let me get smarter and openly say, well, we can't do it yet until we get a regulatory approval. But we also have a program where our XYZ funds are buying it in order to hold up. And that is similar to a buyback. And so that is our buyback plus plan or something, right? I mean, you walk the line to make sure you don't break the
And
law.
bro, if you have a fund that's doing if you have a fund that's preceding a potential buyback with shares, then that fund stands to benefit. Again, reduce supply in a place. There's so much lines around.
And if the fund is benefiting, you can use that as an argument to show that the company is benefiting. And Barita does that, right?
Yep.
And
JMMB,
JMMB does it. Oh, yeah, the houses do, right? MJEs, the MIL benefits from MJE. It's a very clear thing that could have been done, and it would have made the retail market, who maybe not going to the depth as that. So you said they're not going to the depth. Meet the people where they are. I'm expecting a buyback. I think the buyback must mean that the share price will go up. Buyback happen. Or maybe something them say like a buyback, but them saying the words buyback and them explain it, and the share price go up. And them must say, see, we're buying, and we're buying up to X price. That would have, I think, had an effect on the market, and it would have been good for the company, blah, blah, blah. Instead of just the... They just don't give a in my view, they just don't give a damn about the market, and they don't have to. They don't have to. Yeah, they don't have to. But the beauty of the stock market is that
98 other company.
And also, you might not have to, but other people can care about your shares for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Other people can care about your shares for you. Yeah. Yeah. That's JMMB, right? Might really be one of the lame ones for real.
But Carib Cement, I mean, we were talking about, hey, we're talking about disappointing.
You were
Carib
talking about
Cement.
disappointing, yeah. Good
Yeah.
catch.
I mean, it wasn't a question? Wasn't that a
Yeah,
question?
no, it was. But I'm saying it was your point that, you know, the year, it was this year
Yeah.
that the excitement and then the crush of the lead Jamaican shareholder happened.
Yeah.
Certainly
Or was that,
certainly the most impactful disappointment.
was it, you know, it was late
JMMB
2021, you know?
remains.
No, man. That happened
Oh,
late
that's true.
2021. That happened late 2021. November
That's true.
2021. Yeah. What has happened since then, though, is that we did have a little bit of a rise, but not quite the same, up to 80 odd, and it crashed again, right back down. It might have even been the same thing, part of the same story could be.
Uh-huh.
And then after the first quarter results, it dropped even more. I had thought you were asking why bother to talk about the royalty, Danhai.
Oh, no,
If
no, I was
it,
asking why JMMB I thought one of the buyback.
I get it, but I was wondering, I was thinking the same thing. Why would they talk about it? But then I figured that they might have to have spoken about it. It would have been spoken about anyway. Carib Cement.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
Carib Cement, yeah, man, they tough to talk about. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. I'm wondering if maybe I have more ambition for them than they might have for themselves.
I know, same, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe. Because who knows?
It's funny. The thing we were talking about before, what you showed me since was basically it looked like it all make more sense now.
Yeah.
But then that's me
It might
looking
be
at
a
it now
pipe
again.
dream.
It's more fear now, saying, boy, I was gung ho then. I'm not so gung ho now. Because well, yeah.
Oh, who knows? It could be great. It's so funny that
It could be great. Yep.
Yeah, it's not like things costing less. The cement prices going up everywhere.
And the thing about it too, if that thing were to happen at that level versus this level, it might just be more interest now. So it might even be better with all of what happened around it.
Yeah, I think Cimex would want to unlock some value for themselves on their market level by unlocking some of the value that they have within Carib Cement and even within TCL.
Certainly.
But yeah, even within TCL used to be listed on the local market. It could be again. I think maybe I just want more for them than they have for themselves. But yeah, I can see it as a disappointment.
Yeah. So let's see. But let me check. Okay, actually run through my memory right now. Try it on my phone. What would you say is your most disappointing?
Me? I want. So did I answer that? I didn't.
No, you did not.
It's a good question. Loses potential. I want to think Siboney with the loss of that.
Oh, with the thing there.
With the loss of the buyer seeming to walk away from the deal, But then, you know, we've been talking about Siboney for years. Like, we're talking about Siboney at 10 cents and 12 cents and 18 cents. So,
how much buyers seemingly
have come and left, exactly, right? Actively say them doing it, all buy up shares and then them cut. So yeah, I don't know if like that's like an old thing.
I don't even feel disappointment anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, I want to say AMG.
It's just us. But but then look on AMG recently. It all look like something was going. It kind of think I was going for real.
But it always do that.
It always Jesus. It always damn do that.
It always do that.
But it did in a weird way now, where you see a floor established, or see a floor established. But I don't know if that's just somebody defending a stake or somebody has something there and or somebody hoping to. But then now you can see look at the trading level. No, that 470 that's holding despite the buy queue being way less.
You think that there's an interested buyer?
It looks so. I don't know. But then again, is that same ambition talk? We seem to have more ambition for these companies than they often do for themselves.
Yeah. But on the
because we're the hopeful parties.
Yeah. A director selling 3.9 million shares, or almost 1%, almost quarter of 1%. That's interesting. So again, they could very well be doing something interesting and just prepping, right? I noticed some interesting things with it when I was doing some research a couple months back. This year, but also I don't know. I don't know.
I still laugh about the toilet paper thing.
Yeah.
COVID versus
And
COVID versus toilet paper.
They went through so much pain going into toilet paper. Never want to stick out the business. Decide say, yo, listen, we're exiting.
You know,
this.
make no sense.
Went through pain to exit it. And right after them exited and them finally doing well, COVID hit and toilet paper became like something that everybody would want to sell.
Treasure.
And I think it still is. I think just general cleaning
Oh, yes.
things.
Oh, no, certainly.
Yeah.
Oh, everything up.
Yeah, if they just stuck with it, but then again, they were really under pressure. The business was losing a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, man. Yes.
Yeah. Boy, them kind of saw, but in saltness, something interesting.
It's out a good season.
Yeah, salt might be a good season. Since we still have Phil on, Sir Phil, what's your most disappointing?
Boy, in the same care, in talk, if you ask me to start of the year, remember I say, versus now.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Again. Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like I might know it. But maybe we'll see. We'll see.
What's the most disappointing, Phil?
Well, I can tell you what I've changed my position on, which is Jamaican team.
See that.
No, sir. I'm a no, sir. That
To me, was either Jam T or QWI for you.
No, man. Trust me.
Ooh.
And I mean,
I know if you watch them two companies then, like a hawk, ready and waiting, and they've been ready. They're ready and then they're ready almost time now.
Trust me.
Phil as a Jam T one time, like Pickles is to Fesco, brother.
Uh-huh.
Every time the man talk, I'm gonna tell you about the tea.
Yeah, man. I'm just John, no, just have to roll out. I mean, when the time it happened, man, at this point, boy, but I don't know if they really got the kind of benefit that they're going that I was anticipating, and I guess maybe others as well, is really going to come to fruition at that point. I don't know when them going to them tie.
Summer.
Me nearly call it them tie.
No summer. No summer, Phil.
I'm gonna do them spin out. Summer. Which summer, boy? Which summer? Summer in Australia. Maybe.
John Jackson turned Rihanna, brother. The man says summer. The summer the album coming. Summer. Oh no. By Christmas, you see John Jackson pregnant. what I'm thinking is that John Jackson. That's a joke because Rihanna said she's doing her album by summer. She's like always had her fans waiting on that, and then we saw her again, and suddenly she was pregnant, and so we figured maybe the album isn't coming anytime soon because she's a new mother. Just explaining it to you in case you wondered what I meant by pregnant. So pregnant with anticipation, maybe summer. The never ending summer. I heard a recording from Stocks on the Rocks. Was it last week or the week before?
One of them.
Last week.
Where he was somebody asked a question and he was answering it, saying, they would have been last week. Sorry, it was the last of the month. He was saying that I didn't push summer to October now. So it's October.
He actually said that he proposed that it's neater if you wait till October, the end of their financial year, Jamaican Tea's financial year.
So neater for accounting? Or not neater? I was going to qualify for neater.
I don't know what neater. That man words, brother. I don't know what. He didn't qualify it. He just said neater.
Gotcha.
I don't know. Anytime it come, I go do it. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to wait. I personally, as a shareholder, don't see a need to wait until the end of the financial year.
You watch your pocket.
Exactly. My interest is my interest. Hence, I am out.
So you exit? You let go the
yeah,
tea?
man, I exit. I have no Jamaican tea shares. Also, my
Word.
daughter Jamaican tea shares, but
Word. Mine you make
yeah,
emotion
man.
get the better, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I might be back, you know. I might return, but
You
I mean,
say
I do believe that there are things that there are better options in the interim. And if the man say, and I exited before the whole October talk, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
mm-hmm.
I don't know when summer will come, and there are other
No,
opportunities. So well,
Yeah, and the stock
and see what
available.
happens.
The stock available on the market every day.
every day.
Correct.
Who
Yeah.
want it, who timeline fit it, and that's a big. I think that's also a strong lesson here in terms of anybody looking to do no anything. If balancing timelines here is a big deal. If you can wait based on your timelines and based on your goal, then you can wait. If and maybe even wait,
Exactly.
and even if you can wait for it within the realms of your goals, one, it's uncertain in terms of one the impact, and then time still matter.
Yeah.
Wait until October because boy, I have 2 years to go for my goal. But at the end of the day, 2 years, how much money you need to make within the 2 years will still be a big factor in how long you're willing to wait. Because
Mm-hmm.
waiting a whole quarter and suppose your goal requires that you have quarterly targets, then waiting a whole quarter for it might not be the best bet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A year ago it was at 419, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's at 301 now. Wow.
So
Wow.
and that's also a nice thing. Anybody looking for that benefit? It's funny
Mm-hmm.
if you
Could
bought
be
if you
buying
bought at
lower.
49 if you bought at 419 for the same benefit
Mm-hmm.
from whatever coming out of that versus you're buying at the price now, you make more money in that short of time.
Yep. Yep. But imagine sitting in there
Stand to gain
waiting.
more. Yep.
Yeah. I
Your
exited.
feelings are imagine from last year, this time. Imagine how much think of the amount of dates that were proposed that pass us now. Start of
Yeah.
this year, start somewhere within last year, then summer this year, now October. Imagine waiting through all that is a hurtful thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'd love to talk to him about what the reality of that thing is, because it also whatever them plan to acquire, they must be really close to it, because to have it just
Mm-hmm.
waiting so long. But then COVID
Oh,
might
that
have
too.
put COVID might have put a lot
That to
of
Jesus, man. Stress that, you know.
a lot of things under stress, so that
Change.
or maybe some guarantee that there's lots of little things that could be there. But yeah, I don't want to say too much of what my own my predictions are, and what I think may have happened or may be happening. But I hope it is done. I think it'll be so anticipated. And if you hear like a stalwart, a huge supporter like Phil, say I'm no longer a
Oh,
shareholder. Wow. Even I'm still a shareholder, Phil.
I
Wow.
think that might be a little thing, that extra good amount, to be honest. And
Yeah.
that's based on my goals and timeline before me hear somebody ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
It's
It's
all about the goals and timeline.
yeah. It's not. At least for me, I don't know the nice day, but for me, it's not a big stake. It's a stake I've had for a long time, and it's a stake.
Oh yeah, same. It's
Yeah.
been a long while. It says that's
It
money
is
tied
served.
up.
Yeah. It's
That's
heavy.
been
It's
up
still
and down. Yeah.
yeah. It's in heavy profit still, and it's not it's not like a import. It's serving a different purpose.
Yeah,
Um,
same.
yeah, but yeah, it is disappointing. I can't say no. It is disappointing, and the man pushed it to October. But maybe that's a
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Okie doke, right? Him did say
Mm-hmm.
10 billion coming for dollar. I'd love to ask him about that too. Maybe we should call John Dwight
Yeah.
and ask him to be on. Him can yeah. It's been a while since that conversation. Maybe that'd be good, because he can tell us a lot of his thinking. I can tell you this: IC Insider has gotten even more. I think more people pay attention to it now. I keep it in the
Oh, certainly.
in that feed, in the free Evermickle market feed. I push his articles there, and I know a lot of people pay attention to it from there. So the stats there, and hundreds of people read them stuff, or at least a link and look at it from there. So I think him
Mm-hmm.
know the power at least of his headlines in this age of headlines. So that's changing
Cool.
great for him. Yo, funny story. As I talking about him, I remember it. I think it was Phil who I saw talk about what a difference an audit can make.
Yeah,
Ah,
man.
yes.
Janet.
Have you looked at um
J-Con.
JetCon's audit.
Oh no, I planned. I saw I saw the
It just
notice.
dropped.
I'm never look at it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just dropped and audited numbers. Let me show you.
Jump on YouTube, I'll look on it. Please.
Yeah, let me show you what we're seeing just on the P&L. 869.5 million, 869.6 million in revenue, 15.4 million in profit, right? The unaudited had 873.2 million in revenue and 26.3 million in profit. 26.3 compared to 15.4.
A big difference, bro.
The thing there, in again, when was the correction? The correction happened on what? Before or after the thing there?
Correction dropped yesterday.
No, I meaning they had a restatement situation. Was it captured in the December? Was it captured in the unaudited or before? So I mean, the corrections were did they correct and put in the unaudited or the audited only the audited will show the corrections, because then that would be interesting to me.
The revised, I don't know, that's so many revisions. The revised December last year, they revised the Q1 and Q2 unaudited. They dropped the revised Q2 unaudited.
So and then did the Q4 drop after that?
And then March they revised. They had an addendum to the revised unaudited, and then
so when Q4 dropped,
Q4
unaudited Q4 when that came out.
I actually don't remember. I don't know if they're. I don't remember.
The Q1 came out. Unaudited Q1 came out. So the unaudited Q4 is an interesting thing to me, because then if the
I don't think it came out. I think it. Sorry, I think it just came out. No, but there was something
Q4.
that added in.
No,
Q4 unaudited, you know. Q1 unaudited came out after. The audited Q4 came out. But the unaudited Q4 is what I want to look at. Because then if there was no revision there, then
I don't remember.
If from all those addendums and whatever, and audit captures that, then that's not much of a big drop then. Between 23 to 15 and that much, then that would probably suggest to me that the Q4 was actually.
I'm not sure there was anything, because what I looked at to see this unaudited is from the Q1 2022. Q1 2022 drop in the middle of May.
So Q4 2022, yeah. Yes.
So
because I think they were for Q4, just audited.
Yeah, I don't even know if they did. I don't even know. Yeah, so I don't know if they even did an unaudited fourth quarter. They did a and I could be wrong. I'm just not seeing it. But I believe they did a
straight 90 days.
Yeah.
Straight 60, sorry. Yeah.
The problem is I work in from memory. I don't want to be working from memory for it. But yeah, I think they just came out with that. And then when they dropped the first quarter numbers in May, the first quarter numbers had unaudited 2020 in it. And that dropped the middle of May. And the first quarter so I'm taking that to say in the middle of May, they thought at least, or they put out to the public in an order.
Oh yeah, man, sir. Yes. And I was adding them. Say yes. Basically, that's what they think.
Exactly.
Right. Business. Blah blah blah.
This is like 2 weeks, not 2 weeks. Sorry, it's like 6 weeks.
Where they?
Yeah. So for it to be, we're 10 million gone. It's iffy to me. It's such a weird thing happening there.
Especially for the audit with Jesus. Because it is post addendum.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe the audit, I'm assuming that the audit just done and them share the audit when they got the chance, right?
Yeah, man. But then between then and then, in my mind, the addendum came because auditors came in and saw something going on around there. And then, hey, you guys have this Q1, Q2 kind of shaky, and then fix it. And then that fix would have gone into the Q4 that then put in the Q1 numbers. So in my mind, the audit already started. certain things already clear to them. So that 10 mil difference is that's steep. That's interesting.
Yeah. On the flip side, the first quarter of this year,
Strong.
yeah, if you believe, no, I'm actually thinking if you believe these numbers, but I do believe these numbers. Yeah, first quarter
it's post audit.
2020.
In my head, if audit are in the building, then you kind of
Well,
you already start shape up and fix things, right?
Well, they were audited the year before too, right? I mean, they're audited every year. It's actually a question.
But this thing there, but this one is thing there, meaning the addendum didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
The addendum
late in
happened
the year.
The addendum happened during the audit while the audit was ongoing.
I don't know.
Yeah, man, the auditors are in my mind. The auditors are already in the building based on when the addendum dropped, and look on the delay notice around it too. It was very close to it.
I don't know because
I don't actually know. I'm guessing.
That's your assumption, but
Yeah.
they had addendums happening in December. They revised stuff at the start of December. Then it says during the preparation of their third quarter report, and their third quarter report was unaudited. No.
Wait. I didn't know what was it. No much.
I have no man. I have a revision of Q1 and Q2 2021 happening in December 2021.
December.
Yeah.
Yes, you are right.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, that's not to say that maybe auditors weren't in the building. Maybe I don't know. I won't assume. What I will say is that
that is to me now.
Yeah.
Well,
And the same, and something they had some revisions in 2019 too. I trust the auditors, and I trust that JetCon will do great how they're doing. And funny enough, I still trust that the actual core business of JetCon is growing still. Yeah, I think so. I think these guys are looking to hit the EV market. Do like an end run, right? Yeah, like the EV, and then maybe them can come with a lower cost EV, the used EV. I don't know. Yeah.
Yep.
I know that when there was talk around the tax break for EVs, the MD of JetCon was one of the people who was very vocal about needing it, and then when it happened, I think they were very happy about it. And there are a lot of dots down that road if you want. Yeah. I don't know how the hell we got to JetCon. How did we get to JetCon?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, wow.
All right. Understand.
Yeah. Phil, it look like it's you alone that want you're one of the few people that want talk to us about chime in with that stock in this week, which
I mean I don't even dinner yet, so I'm fine.
Yeah. I don't mind. So Phil, you can unless somebody wants to send a speaking request about one thing, Phil, I'll ask you what was the last thing that you have in mind that was one thing you're excited about for the rest of the year, if your next half of the year, if you want to say, I should say.
And don't say anything I wouldn't want you to say.
He said to his customer.
I won't say anything that I haven't said before, and I think it's obvious what my bias is. One of my biases is inaccurate. The rights issue has still not been announced.
Tyrone has announced his plan to announce.
I shouldn't say it. Correct.
Yes.
He's announced a plan to announce it. There's no official JC announcement made, so we don't know the terms
specifics
of it. We don't know specifics of it, and that usually, in my mind, that I see an opportunity there. I would love to know what the financials around Visual Vibe are. He did give some,
rough numbers.
Rough. On Khalila's show, he actually spoke to, I think, a 35% net margin is what he said. But we don't know, is that on $2? But I assume it's on a lot more than that.
No, wasn't there an article with $1 million USD revenue?
Well,
stated?
I think the $1 million USD revenue is his target for iCreate for the year, or iCreate's target for this year.
I'll read that article.
$2 million USD in revenue and $1 million USD in profit.
Two in
and
one.
Visual Vibe.
Hold on. Check something. Quick.
Yeah, man. Visual Vibe acquisition is a part of that trust.
So Phil, you take the whole of the
But
T money and put in a I create.
some might, yes.
Nothing wrong with that at all, Phil. Not a thing wrong
Yeah,
with that
man.
at all.
If you believe, if you believe, you believe. I mean, you did send you actually sent an email, a James Clear email
Cheetah.
in our group.
Speaking about share the link with me, Danhai, and I okay.
All right. I create plans acquisitions later this year. It completed acquisition of e-commerce mobile edge, but I will be looking to close out acquisition of an advertising company in 2022. Though he couldn't discuss the target, Wilson revealed that it earned US $1,155 million in brackets in revenue, had a 30 to 35% profit margin, and $75 million in free cash flow.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Phil, you know who sent me the article?
Know that you read it. Say again.
You know who sent me this article? You know who sent me this article?
Me.
Oh, all right.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
So good look.
That's a hell of a
That's
number.
half his revenue target.
So it look like him set himself a target. Him know him could knock. Smart.
Which is smart.
The best profits are the ones you fulfill, you know.
That's smart. That's smart. If him pull it off, and then I know him saying doing a rights issue with his company is doing a rights issue, and follow that up with he followed up that with the official notice of the acquisition, signing an agreement for the sale for the acquisition of 100% of Visual Vibe. Timing, he's speaking the language that the retail, he's speaking it in a way that the retail can understand very deliberately. I respect him so much for doing it. I can see what he's doing, and I respect him for doing it. He's speaking the language that the retail is speaking, and the language that some houses speak to, and him seem to have found a new partnership in the form of Victoria Mutual, VMIL, and because he has stated, it's so funny, he stated that they are the company that is doing it, that they're doing it with. Signed with Victoria Mutual Wealth Management. Yeah. For the transaction.
Clear on that.
Yeah. And so very clearly saying that it's to acquire a target in the advertising industry. And then him come out weeks later and say exactly what the company is. And look at the share price from May 30th till today. It moved from 334 to 417. What is that? 25% gain, but that's coming off of, 50 odd cents, 60 odd cents, 80 odd cents. It started the year at 78 cents. At 417. Wow. 500 odd percent in terms of what it's grown. 434% profit. My God.
Yep.
Phil, you are a very happy man.
Very much so, sir.
Yeah, let me check my accurate position, yeah, man. It's been a while since I look on it.
Cha.
More to come.
As also thinking in your mind. As
honestly,
also,
if you meet, I think I calculated that if you meet, I calculated it without meeting the full target, the full profit target. Without meeting the full profit target at $4.20, the PE ratio would be like 20, which is for accurate.
Low.
Amazing. Amazing.
So you're excited?
Yeah, man. Looking forward.
Yeah, I love that. I see one person had. While I was doing this, I was looking at Massey, and I remember that Massey actually was this year too. You remember that, Danhai?
Yeah.
Start of the year, yeah. Very interested in what the retail look like and
and what the split
would look like for for a company like Massey splitting
Mm-hmm.
in the way it was, coming from where it was, right? And I mean, we can say at this point, 5 or so months later, or we're making the prediction from before because it's from in January, so we can say at this point, 6 months later. I mean, as expected, it split to $100 or the $100 region. It has just stayed there. 92.33 today, and it has stayed at that region for a long time. But then we'd also said that that might very well be what was wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
very, that's one. I don't know if that's a disappointment to me. I think I still think of it as such a smart. I think of it as such a smart listing.
Wait, I prefer if it fall and then split, or split and then do it, you know.
No, I would have preferred if they didn't split it more than this, but I understand that. I understand how that. I understand that there must be other pressures because of how maybe the Trinidadian shareholders see stock splits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also you have to remember maybe having to convince maybe a client in the shape of the company to do a stock split before you do it, because look at GHL, which would have been like last year, but look at GHL and what happened when they didn't do a split.
Bro,
So,
that price.
yeah,
You're
you're looking
the
for
price stability. I was
stability.
surprised, you know, honestly.
What, GHL's share price?
Yeah, it as in we're running the joke about split. It probably look like a split.
Phil was
That's
the one who
crazy.
started saying that to do.
So then split it the wrong, split it the
Yeah,
hard way.
Yeah, man. The man them split the hard way, man.
Boy,
It properly looks like a split.
yeah.
GHL.
Except it's not a split; it's just poor pricing. The market needs to learn to understand nominal values. Okay.
Again, this will help the market to understand. Again, appreciate higher price stocks. Let me fight the market.
Yeah, I think
No matter
Do
how
the thing,
big,
yeah, man. Do the thing.
no
that's a
matter
lack
how
of,
big you are, the market always right.
yeah. I think that represents a lack of maybe understanding of how the market really works. To me, that's what I look like to me. But again, I'm Monday morning quarterback.
But we're not surprised.
No, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all. It's
I
sad
mean,
though, because that's real people's money.
It's also another. Remember, this was a talking point as well. Normally,
That
don't
what?
need to split, guys. It's fine. Make it stay high price and make it like, because somehow people are very okay with nothing. People are very fine in the face of, I'll get nothing out of this. Let me argue for it though.
And it's really funny. And it's really funny because even, I mean, the same people who speak about the immaturity of our market and how the US market is so mature. Apple split them stock all the time. I'm not all the time, but Apple has split their stock and you see the thing go up. Amazon split them
But
stock
nobody
and
has
you see the thing go up.
you know anybody doing this long-winded blah 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 US market and then doing anything on the US market more than so.
Very few.
All right. Enough said.
Exactly.
We have a speaker.
Yeah, we do have a speaker. We have,
Yes.
yeah.
Respect.
Government badness. I am Mafia G.
Big up in Phil. Big up every time.
Yeah, big up Phil. I hope the rest of the year will be even greater for all of us. Like your first half of the year has been thanks to I Create. So
government badness. What's her name? Is it the Canterbury Force?
Big up. Night, guys.
Night, how you
Big
doing?
up, boss. All gone.
I'm there.
Have a heavy.
Missed a good chunk of the show.
I have a heavy feedback from you.
How about
About
now? Sound alright?
No.
No.
It's when we speak.
It's
when we speak.
You're using. How about now? Better?
Yeah, it's
Well,
It sounds a bit better.
No, it's not better.
Not better?
Whenever we speak, we hear ourselves back.
Oh, hold on. Let me try something.
Yeah, man.
How about now?
Well, no.
Still echoing.
You have earphones?
No earphones. It's speaker. It's on speaker.
Take it off speaker.
I mean, can't anything but that. It's speaker space. I got a speaker.
Yeah.
Not a thing. Not a phone call.
Is that bad? I hear you guys very clearly, you know.
Yeah, man. Me too.
Yeah.
Let me try to rejoin. Let me just hang up and rejoin.
No. It's not
No,
going to
it's
change
not going
that.
to change that.
Let's ask the
Ask the
question
question
and mute
and mute
when we
when
respond
we
to it.
respond.
So ask
So
away.
ask away.
All right, no problem. Well, but I just wanted to kind of make a comment. I've been heavy in Spurtree since where I don't know if you guys remember when that heavy wall was there, that $40 million wall was on the queue, and people were buying it down. After the wonderful results dropped, that wall came up, and people were just buying it. I bought a little of it, so my average is around $4. I mean, I had some before that, sold in profit, and bought back into it at $4, and I pretty much noticed the price kind of inching back up now, which is good, which is positive news for me. But for me, Spurtree is like a more longer term play. What I'm more eyeing is a fast trade stock split. I don't know if that was spoken about earlier, and in terms of what the market expects around that.
We had a conversation on it last week, and this is a very, very odd go around to talk about fast switch. You really had me in the first half.
What do you mean? As in the Spurtree?
No,
No,
it's Spur
it's
tree.
Spurtree.
I thought we were going to what you think
What do you
about
think about
Spur tree.
Spurtree?
Well, all right.
But then no,
But then no,
we
we
have
God,
guys,
this
feedback is
feedback is
killing me.
killing me.
Yeah, man.
All right, let's start with Spurtree.
No.
No.
You, what you want to talk about?
Spurtree. Let's talk
No,
about
actually,
Spurtree.
hold
No,
on.
actually, hold on.
It's pretty hard to
It's
have a
pretty hard to
conversation
have a
with you.
conversation with you.
Yeah,
The feedback.
yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Try to rejoin.
Try to rejoining.
Yeah, let me try to rejoin. Hold on. Let me.
Wow. Yeah, man. I feel almost like torture a while ago. Oh, like I didn't
I'm
even
talking to
hear.
myself.
Yeah. what was the company you were saying?
He had Spur tree bought in up to 4, average price
That's how
around
he
4.
started.
It fall on inching back up, and then the man
Mhm.
said fast switch swinging far left. I never saw that one coming.
That sound like somebody who him just want to talk about. Man, them trees stuck here. I'm just want to talk about it.
Oh, sound.
Yeah, you
All
sound
right,
louder, and we're not hearing
you load up,
ourselves.
but I'm hear myself at least. That works for me.
Yeah, so that
All right,
works for
what
me
going,
also.
boss?
Yeah, man. I was saying earlier that for Spurtree, I actually joined at IPO, took some profit and I jumped back in when that big rush was going on during that period after the results dropped. I
Uh-huh.
I like the stock. One of my concerns, though, even though I not really I don't have any short term plays for it. It's pretty much just was holding it right now. But one of my thing with Spurtree is that I don't hear or see anything much around it, in terms of company news or any kind of excitement around the company per se. But in my mind, based on what they do and how they operate, I am expecting continued um, profits coming out of them, even though I'm a bit hesitant because with the recession looming in the states, I don't know what kind of impact that will have on the company's performance.
Tell me something. Let's
Hmm.
talk about it in a real way. Who cares?
Yeah.
What kind of like of course they're gonna have continued profits. They were profitable before. Why would they stop being profitable?
Well, as I said to you before, there's a looming recession.
So they
So
stop eat.
when is your recession coming? When
And
is
that's
your recession coming?
by recession, I mean in the states.
I hear only no car you have
Is
about
there
it.
yeah, is there really
As they say a looming recession. So you would say you know say recession that
No,
you have it pan calendar pen out and ready and waiting.
you hear more learned people like myself pontificate about it
I don't
continuously.
know how learned you are. I don't know how learned you are, sir.
my
Not
guy?
very, not very,
I
not
don't know how
very.
learned.
Anybody can pontificate. Them sell it a
Trust me.
shop.
There's
Pontificating is easy.
there's a recession every week, you know. If you follow the finance space and economists, come,
Yeah,
as long as I follow them, then I want a new recession I've gotten.
yeah. So
So
it's not a matter of that. Like even if that happened,
yeah, even if time. What happens
what
for
then?
first work tree?
That's it. I
So
don't.
start seasoning food. And you know, into the trends, the struggle meal trends, where people
No.
make food. Wait, no, apparently I think there's that whole trend on TikTok where they make struggle meals. Where boy, if
Sardine
you're this
water.
broke, if you're very very broke, then make this that. Sardine water kind of thing, right? So I figured that you believe we stop seasoning food after I think that when recession hit, save some
No,
money.
I mean,
So
you know,
chicken.
when recession is there, you know, people just tied up on spending right throughout. You know, I mean,
Says who?
isn't that typically the trend when a
Who
recession
tell you
hits?
that? All right, we live. Jamaica was established in a recession. Like poverty is our lifeblood. It would seem, depending on who you listen to. But we're not used to poor. We have a large percentage of the country being poor. We spend
Yeah,
the same
but
way,
remember,
though.
Randy, 90% of Spur Tree's revenue comes from the States.
Okay, so
Now,
you're in America and a recession hits. You start cook like a white person, or you still seasoning food?
I don't know. I mean, I
But
really thought,
there's a level of poverty that would make you stop seasoning your food.
It's your money in Spur Tree. Remember that.
No, forget that. No, forget the money in Spur
Give me a
Tree.
rate.
Forget the money in Spur Tree. There's a level of poverty you can get to that will make you stop seasoning your food.
I mean, all right. So let's look at it this way.
No,
And
look
I
at
mean-
it that way.
Answer the question,
No,
man.
Is there a
hold
level
on,
of
hold on,
poverty
hold on,
that
hold
you
on,
can get
yeah,
to?
hold on. So Spur Tree sell oxtail seasoning, they sell chicken seasoning,
Mhm.
right? If somebody lose them job, you know, they're not gonna buy an oxtail. They're
I
not
don't
gonna buy
know
no.
that. I don't know
Probably
that.
buy less
I don't
chicken,
know.
which would mean less seasoning.
All right, two
So-
things.
so
Two things.
it's
Hold on.
probably-
One thing. No, man. Two things. One, I don't know that
Mhm.
that's true. Two, three things as a matter of fact. Three things. Two, if that's true, you don't think Spur Tree would then adjust them sales mix and start sell more chicken seasoning?
Exactly.
Them
Okay,
probably have a better margin on the chicken seasoning.
okay. Well, yeah.
Three, people losing them jobs in America. Unemployment is on the way up.
Well, again, you know, remember it hasn't started, but
Then who tell you say it's
Yo.
coming, brother?
So start. You say you're convinced it's happening. It's going to happen whenever, and then.
I am not convinced it's happening, but I am very
recession,
cautious.
boss.
Eh?
You see, you say looming recession, you know. That sounds very convinced to me.
No, it's what the news say. You know,
The
it's what
news can say enough things. The news say. Trust me, the news wrong all the time. In
All
fact,
the time.
Trump was supposed to win the election.
Before that, Hillary was supposed to win the election.
Yeah.
Before that, COVID was murdering us, which it was. A lot of people died. But like if you got COVID, there's a point. Yo, when I finally got COVID, a huge part of me was thinking, yo, suppose I'm the 0.0001% that dies. And then
And I remember before that,
you start realizing
before COVID is a killer, COVID was reported to not kill people.
Yeah, one time it never caused you to sneeze. Another time it wasn't airborne. I remember when you never needed to wear a mask because they never thought it was necessary. I remember when they thought gloves weren't necessary. I remember when they said it wasn't airborne. I'm saying this to say news is a product. News is a product. And let me be more structured to economic measures are gapped. By the time they're showing you the numbers to say a recession or anything like that, it has already happened.
It don't start.
Yeah, like it has already happened. So I'm not saying that there isn't an effect, and there isn't an effect of things happening around the world. But just because a recession don't mean that certain things not going to keep happening. Those things happen anyway. That's why I ask you about those real things. Is there a level of poverty you can hit that will make you stop seasoning your food?
I get you. That would actually have an impact on the company's bottom line.
Yeah,
If your customers stop seasoning food, then
yeah.
If Sosa Chicken starts selling a boss, then me know Spur Tree mash up.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the next trend becomes how to boil your chicken, then okay, let's worry, right? But I'm in foreign, I'm at work hard every day, and the one thing I can do on a Sunday is cook the food like I'm used to getting in Jamaica and Spur Tree sell it. What am I going to buy? Nothing.
Yeah.
We're not. Yeah. And if I lose my job, I mean, they're still seasoning my food. Like I'm never going to not season my food.
Yeah, I get you.
And then there's a next growing market that also seasons their food religiously, and they, just like how Jamaicans in foreign use Badia seasons, and Mexicans might use a Spur Tree too. And we're seeing sales, they've spoken about sales increasing locally. So, but does that matter? Like, does it really, really matter? Like, it's easy to talk about recession and whatever. If you think about it, remember, say, from the start of the year, everything was supposed to mash up and done, you know. Like 3 or 4 times, everything was supposed to mash up and done. So, I suspect it's just that it's always supposed to mash up and done. If you're always preaching mash up and done, there will always be a chance for you to be right at some point. You can say, see, I told you. And then every other time it's not mash up and done. It's just life. It's just normal. Yeah, man. So don't buy into a lot of that's the real noise.
Yeah.
The thing that just sound good because them say it on news. Them say, holy rubbish on news.
Yeah.
Yo, sometimes the newscaster don't even know. The newscaster just reading a script sometimes.
Sure.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, it's the noise still has an impact, you know, maybe not on some individuals, but a lot of persons are influenced by what they hear in the news, and you can see it. You can see the reaction to it in the market. You see
Like
people
what?
people taking profit. They're going cash. They just start to get profit. Huh?
You're going to cash?
You did that, right? That's what you say. You say you sold some of your Spur Tree.
No, man, I hold on to my Spur Tree, you know.
But you say you sold some.
No.
I didn't. You said sell and buy back.
When I got that IPO, I took profit back in.
Okay, so you took profit.
When I took profit already, I bought back in.
And also I'm wondering.
No, some say hold on.
This whole conversation with long term.
No, wait, hold on. Yeah, everybody that long term always very short term with their moves. You say you took profit. Was there a recession when you took profit?
Pardon me?
Was there a recession when you took profit?
Was there? No, there wasn't. No.
Why you take profit?
Huh?
Yeah. Why did you take profit?
Because it was there. I took it.
So it looked like people taking profit isn't really a problem, right?
Yeah. Why no? Suddenly everybody else take profit is not the same reason as why when you were doing it. Why suddenly recession? Why they taking profit?
No, what I'm saying now, as based on how the stock price look right now, I'm not seeing that heavy pull down as we did when the whole dollar came out and everybody pulling on it. I actually seen the price appreciating now, right? Dollar going up.
It's at like the same exact price when dollar came out. When did dollar come out?
Dollar came out, what, I don't remember, like 3 weeks ago.
That's when you saw the pull down in it? 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I remember when you had most stocks, the majority of stocks, there's a big pull down. I mean, even Forex went down to as low as $20.
You said even Forex, like that's a good stock that can
an indicator.
That's not an indicator. That's not an indicator of anything other than Forex.
Indicates, but it indicates to me that people were just taking profit and
it indicates to me that a lot of people were buying in.
Yeah.
I get that, but that's not how I see it. I mean, yeah, that's true.
But then how you see it is wrong.
But
the truth is the truth, in a bossy.
May hear it.
No, but
I mean,
that is exactly that.
If somebody sells, somebody buy.
So
a lot of people are saying, and a lot of people are buying.
A lot of purchasing is happening.
You don't sell to the market, you know. Somebody is selling to.
And somebody is getting it cheap. But you say Spur Tree hasn't really moved much.
It hasn't really moved much so far.
Spur Tree during that period, Spur Tree went as low as I think $3.40.
It was $1 weeks ago.
Yeah, but remember that Spur Tree Spurtree was holding steady around at the $4 region for a good
Do
little while.
do you really consider yourself to be a long-term investor?
All right. So the thing is, I have two portfolios, and they play them at different timelines. All right. So
Spurtree in both of them. Spurtree in both of them.
no, Spurtree is
So I think.
in the for the longer horizon.
So why the worry around what's going on? No.
What's the longer horizon?
Does what going around? What's the longer horizon?
Yeah, what's the longer horizon?
Maybe 2 weeks, a year.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a year.
Let me some money. Let me give about maybe 2 years.
Yeah, I can say
About a year. For me, the long horizon is about a year.
you haven't done grow at all, have you?
Yeah, man, I did it, man.
Word. And if you're at grow and you say that it's maybe a year or two, what would I say?
Yeah, you have to have a solid, a fully defined goal for your investment. But
I mean, you don't have to have it. You don't have to. Let's be
well,
clear.
it's best that you have a properly defined goal for your investments. And for that, if I must be honest, that particular portfolio is loosely defined. The goal is loosely defined. To be honest, it's just like
Careful.
So and what
Careful.
happens?
You're in a danger zone.
Yeah, what happens then if you don't have a clear goal?
you can make a few missteps.
No, few. That's only that they start wrong. What is measured matters. If I don't have a timeline, or if I don't have a goal, then I have no way to determine that this is a success or a failure.
And then you have to start reaching for
So-
things like
So for that
how
goal,
something feel.
for that particular portfolio, the goal is actually $6 per dollar.
That's not a
That's not a goal.
Sorry,
target.
That's not a
That's a target.
that's my target. Yeah.
That's not even a target.
That's not a goal.
So
What's
that's
the-
6 for
What's
Spurs.
The target
goal
and
for-
the goal is two different things, you know.
No,
And
maybe
you-
not. Maybe
you
not.
kill
Maybe
yourself,
not.
that's about it.
Hold on. Maybe the target is not necessarily different from a goal, right? Like net profit can be net income. What I'm trying to say though is that you have to have a solid goal, and it has to sound like a goal if you're gonna have a goal-based conversation, and you're not really doing that because you just said that your target for that portfolio is to sell Spur at 6.
Yeah.
That's not.
That's-
So suppose Spur don't go to 6 for the next 4 years.
And that is it. No, yeah.
No, hold on. No,
Yeah,
that is
so,
not it.
Put it this way.
What
Randy,
happens if it doesn't go to 4 for the next 4 years? 6 for the next 4 years?
And that is a possibility. And I
But
would
then
be-
you see why
I
that.
would
What
be
would
doing so.
that cannot be a goal?
But hold on now. Remember I said, I have a 1 year horizon, for this 1 to 2 year horizon for this. I wouldn't see for
Which
it.
one? Which that's another thing. 1 to 2 years.
Yeah, bro. That's double.
Mhm.
That's not a goal. You don't have a goal at all. Actually, try with a real goal.
For that one, no. The other one, I have a solid goal at that. For the other
Hey,
portfolio.
we're not talking about that one.
No, even that one, you will show the same problem.
The Spurtree one, yeah, it's a bit loose.
You see what I'm saying? Hold on. So you don't really have a goal for a portfolio. One portfolio have one stock, and the other portfolio have one stock.
No, the other portfolio have 4 stocks.
What is the goal, the percentage gain, and the time in which you want to achieve it for the short-term portfolio?
So for the other portfolio, it was 20%, but it's nowhere close to that right now.
20% in what? 20% in what?
I actually missed the goal. It would have been by now, by now June. So I
And when
actually
did it
missed the goal.
start?
Huh?
When did
So
it
I have
start?
to go. That one started, I believe, was it March, April, thereabouts.
Okay.
March, April. Yeah, roughly around that time. It was after Learn. Somewhere after that. Yeah. So I actually missed that one.
You say you actually missed that one. What do you mean?
Yeah, that
So what's the new goal?
Like for that particular portfolio.
He's not at 20% by now. What's the new goal then?
The new goal, the new goal is actually the same 20% by the end of this month, which is July.
So you couldn't make 20% in 6 months. So you're going to make 20% in 1 month.
Yes. because there are certain things I'm hoping to have to happen that let's hope that it happens. So, for example, one of my plays, I heard you
Hope is
speak
not a
of,
strategy.
I was speaking about it earlier. Was the JMMB buyback? I was actually anticipating the buyback. It didn't happen in the way I thought it would have, and I just
Why?
exited.
What was the way you thought it would have happened?
All right. So
So
remember that April 1st date when it shut up. I actually bought in anticipation of that, and I actually got profits from my
uh-huh.
anticipated price run up.
Uh-huh.
Took profit when it fell back. Actually bought back into it at about $43. They're about roughly around that price. I was sitting there waiting on it to do the actual move when the actual buyback happened. It didn't happen.
When did you?
So
When did you?
because,
No, man. Hold on. Pause. Pause. No. Pause. 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 Pause.
mhm.
Let's start seriously. You bought in anticipation of the share buyback,
Yes.
but they didn't tell you that there was a share buyback happening.
No. They actually said the first quarter. The first. So let's say in the. Let me say again. They, with the way they phrase the language, it said something to the effect that it will happen in the financial year beginning in April, which I figured persons would have read to mean it would have started in April.
Okay.
Right? I remember like a week or two before, Danhai had mentioned that price. He wouldn't be surprised if the price moved on that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I actually took that kind of as a guiding, not advice, but I kind of took note of that.
That sound like then I give him free advice. Why?
No,
And
no. But
actually
then what
put
did
it
you do with it? So you bought it and did what?
Get
and
profit
then
outside.
took profit and then
No,
bought it
no,
back
no,
when
man. No, man. Everybody
it.
said took profit. You bought it at what price?
I bought
That
it
one.
at what was that? 40 something, I remember at the time. 40 little bit, maybe 41. I think I was averaging at 40, but I don't remember, to be honest.
And you
And I
sold
never
it at what?
either 50 little bit or 40 enough. I really don't remember, to be honest. But somewhere from the right there, so.
Who's
Took
your
profit
broker?
for 20%.
When I hear
Who's your broker?
JMB.
40 something to 40 enough is not profit with JMMB. You're not
Well,
measuring your profit.
No man, no. The
40, like
1.5%
40,
fees,
like
man. Money
41.
line.
Eh?
1 point something percent fees overall money line. Make some meager
Doing
profit.
both ways. Remember, I
Both
said like half.
ways.
Yeah.
I don't know if you actually make profit. But let's say you make a little bit of profit and you buy back in
I
at
get it.
and you buy back in at 40 little bit.
Mm.
I know it's at 44, but you're not in profit.
No, I'm out. I'm exit. I exited.
You was say
Right.
buyback.
No, I bought back in anticipation of the actual buyback happening, and it didn't
Oh.
happen. So when
I like that question. Suppose it didn't happen. Or you qualify that. Or was it qualifier for? Meaning, so was there a new timeline for which you expected it to happen?
around the time of the report dropping, I even 2 weeks after the report dropping, somewhere around that period, I was expecting some kind of announcement with the report or close to the report.
Yeah, I
Around,
said I didn't come out say jump out.
yeah, jump out because it is
Uh,
basically I jump out. Same thing with Jamty. I was in there since January, sitting down waiting on the supposed split, not split, spin off. And I just got fed up one day, and I just got out. And I
Well, it
think
sounds like
eh?
you are trading along very dangerous lines, bossy.
Well,
I even took note. Yeah, looking at Spurtree over the long term, but then you're also concerned that they're not putting out any news from the company. What kind of news are you expecting?
um, I see. With poetry, it's a little bit for me. I don't know. I'm hoping that
They cannot
for
vex with them
example,
then.
so for example, they acquired what's the company name, that the Aki company that did the packaging for the Aki. I don't know. Maybe I was hoping to hear some kind of I don't know, to be honest. Just it's any news, just to say the company's
No,
performance.
man. Companies only put out certain news, There's company news on JC comes in certain formats. Certain things make the news that JC put out. So what are you expecting to hear from them? If you can have disappointment around no news, if
So
you don't know what kind of news they're going to post.
all right, so even I remember there was a period where not Grace, GK, GK investment, they bought a huge chunk at was a $3.78. A
Uh-huh.
huge of Square around that price.
Uh-huh.
I'm not seeing any kind of movement with the directors are concerned. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing.
How directors would have come into that?
Huh?
How directors would have come into that?
No, what I'm saying, I'm not seeing any action around the stocks. So for example, that huge buy by GK that spurred the price, around that period, that pushed the price. Right?
I see.
Yeah, so
You're making some
I'm not agreeing.
dangerous mistakes,
assumptions.
brother. Some dangerous mistakes. Mashi, you sure you're the girl?
yeah, mama sure, man.
But you never read the even Thomas said in.
Let me hear you.
No, but just you're going in with no goal. You're deciding that your goal is on stocks, not your portfolio. So your goal is for a stock to reach a certain price.
You're not sure when.
You're not sure when. You want news from Spurtree. You want something from the company, but you don't know what it is. You don't know what it look like, but you kind of want it. And then, so because you don't know what you're looking for, everything look like it. Or well, you're not being honest with yourself about what you really want. So everything look like it because you start being honest with yourself when you say what you really want to know. I see you went mad desperate. You go, I saw GK bought in with a whole heap of shares, and I never see any action around the shit. That was action.
No, back then it was action. I'm not seeing anything now is what I'm saying.
What are you expecting? What's the action you're hearing? What's the action you're waiting for?
I mean, it's just been quiet. Like there's nothing
Like
around.
That is not abnormal.
Huh?
It hasn't been quiet. They put out their first set of results. The results came out.
How that too?
Profit
That same
is
$4
up.
while you're talking about, remember that?
Yeah.
When everybody started buying into it, after people were chomping at away very early in the day, it was gone.
17 million profit to 50 has changed to 50 million profit. That was news. They talk about it on the strength of their subsidiary, their new subsidiary. That's news.
Yeah, but when wasn't that back in all the way in March?
May and all the way in May, bro. You really think of yourself as a long-term investor?
Again, remember, two portfolios. Why
no,
then?
Yes, sir. Let me tell you, what's the second most important thing at girl?
What do you mean? In terms of what?
Jaja, I say exactly that when I'm there, so you know it is. The honesty with yourself about what it is that you really want. What kind of investor are you?
All right, so again, two portfolios. Why them have a clear goal? Like moving towards hard assets, meaning a physical asset. So that's a clear goal, clear timelines. Everything is in place for that particular portfolio.
What's the timeline?
At the end of this month. So that's
the portfolio that's supposed to give you the 20% at the end of this month. That's a clear one. The one that moved.
Yes, the one that has a half to get to 20% by the end of this month. Clear.
And that's the one that failed to make the 20% from the start of this year till now.
Not the start of this year. When was that? About March, June, about March, April, about. It wasn't the start of this year. Because actually achieved the one for March thereabouts. But that one, the new goal was from that period to now. That one was the fail.
And that was on the stock that you bought in March.
Yes.
So you don't really have a goal. You have a stock that you buy and you have an idea for the stock.
Remember, two portfolios. One portfolio has 4 stocks in. Yeah, I pretty much move around the vehicles based upon what they're doing or not doing.
So that's not a goal. So if they're not doing something, if a stock not doing something, which portfolio it goes to? The longer portfolio? Hello? Did he go? Can you guys hear me? Danhai, can you hear me? Maybe I'm gone. Can anybody else hear me? Test, test, test. Well, I see myself move. If anybody can hear me, can one of you just send a speaking request? Okay, well, I see somebody do a clap emoji. Iris did a clap emoji. Tris did a clap emoji. So thank you very, very much for the speaking request. If you actually want me to actually approve your request, let me hold on. All right, so I've seen Danhai. I'm seeing you as a co-host, and it's asking me to approve you as a co-host. But of course, I can't approve you. All right, Danhai, you can hear me?
Yeah, Twitter kicked me off just now.
Yeah, to look like them do the sweep and government badness. Government badness, can you hear us? No, I'm not hearing him at all.
Same.
Damn, I think he was going along a good point, and I really wanted him to get there because he's making a mistake that so many people
I
make.
don't know if he's saying he moves around the stocks within the short-term portfolio, or you shift them over to the long-term portfolio, depending on whatever I'm thinking going on with them.
I think him not saying either of them, because I think him don't want to say either of them, but him don't want to say what it is. But I think it's very obvious. Him just a short-term investor. Him just want the hype, and that's why him have an issue with.
Which is why more news from Spurtrigger, and he said he's not hearing any excitement around it.
Exactly. I see him back. I just approved. Can you hear us? I am.
Yeah, man, got cut off just now. Apologies.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you.
Good.
So yeah, going back to your point there, I don't really think you have these set hard goals that you have vehicles that match. I think you sound like you just have some stocks you buy because you like and you expect some things from them. And it's the stocks that you're working with, which is why you're looking for points around the stock.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, it sounds like him phone ring.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, well. Well, I mean, it's pretty late. I don't know if him coming back on, he can talk, or if somebody wants to get the last 5 or so minutes. Otherwise, we're pretty much ready to wrap it up. So if anybody wanted to, definitely get, definitely wanted to get, I don't know, their question answered or whatever, now is your ultimate chance. Send a speaking request and we'll talk about it, or not. I should say, or forever holy peace. Or did he kick us off again? Then you can still hear me?
Yeah, no. I just hungry.
Yeah, me too. And I think whatever happening with government badness, yeah, it looked, well, I say it looked like him phone ring, but I also see him, it's showing him as a listener. So I don't know if what that means. So like he's gone, and I don't see anybody else sending a speaking request. So I wanted to talk about like maybe another stock or two, because people would have, but if nobody's doing it, that's also fine. I think we've had a great one so far. I wanted to just maybe cap it with some some points that I had. Then some of these you know already. I'd asked you some last week. I spoke in the group also about like the top stocks for the year. So year to date, not including today because we did have July 1, but year to date, some interesting things. So of course, if you've been paying attention to the market, you know that iCreate is so far the number one stock, at least at the end of June, meaning from the start of the year to now, 476% profit. Behind that's Virtue, which if you listen to IMFG, not going on for about 298% profit, and it's stable. And unlike a bunch of other companies, it don't really move much from where it dipped. I mean, it got to 4, it dipped to 3, and it got to 4. No other IPO really has, at this point in time, at this year, for this far from their listing, maintain this level of interest. So I'm not sure what I mean, but I think he'd start making a whole heap more money, a lot more deliberately, if him actually follow the grower principles instead of just half doing them. Then I hear still.
Yep,
I just
yeah,
saw the
man.
message pop up that he got kicked off. Fostrich is the next one, then SSLVC, then Dollar, then Ediofocal, then Tropical. Yes, the IPO runs, but the junior market really carrying, what I've seen from that is that the junior market really carrying the swing, which again matches a lot of the thinking that I've had so far this year, that the retail really is showing their strength this year, at least so far this year. In fact, I'll say I think the most popular stock by trades at least has been also Fesco at the end of June. Yeah. Also Fesco at the end of June, and it has been way ahead of everything else. Fesco, Spurtree, Trans Jamaica, JMMB, CPJ, Wigton, GK, Dollar, Wisynco. JP, then Ediofocal, then Fontana, then Tropical, then Massey. Wow. Then NCB at 15. And you can see the rest of them. SVL at 18. And I suspect, I did ask earlier, like that's the stock that I probably have the most faith in this year, I'd say. SVL. SVL. Like, yeah. Like I big expectations would be an understatement. All right, so I see I am Mafia G come back. I am Mafia G, I hope you'll be our last point then. So yeah, you're talking about a specific company, but I still feel like the real issue is how you approach the companies, how you approach your goals. It just sounds to me like whatever is hot, you require that to be happening for you to be able to find something, and you kind of lose it if it's not happening. But that's like the less reliable way to do it. Believe it or not, that's a much less.
If we wait for the noise, and you know how opportunity is much less there.
Yeah.
Typically, you want to be before the noise. So.
Yeah, you have to know what the noise will be around and why the noise will be around.
Sometimes things move very nicely. Not people talking about it, but also people buying behind. That's pretty common as well.
Yep. That is extremely common. And then by the time people start to figure it out, you realize that wait, there's all this gain here. So can you hear us? All right, you're not hearing him at all. Tris, you're lucky. You get to be the last person since you're not grabbing him spot. Tris, can you hear us?
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
Oh.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Go ahead. I'll yield the floor.
No problem.
But just to add up.
Damn, him saying was going to yield and he never yielded. I'm so sorry. It was echoing anyway. Sorry, Tris, go ahead.
So I was saying, I was listening to the speaker before, and it just sounds like he genuinely has the interest to invest, but he doesn't want to miss out on gains. So it sounds like he doesn't. What I hear is a lot of fear.
Mm-hmm.
So he wants to buy in to make sure that, okay, I do what I'm supposed to do, quote unquote. But then if nothing is happening, he also has the fear of like, all right, maybe when everybody's announcing their wins, this might not be one and I should be picking up on the signs. So it sounds like he genuinely just, just not sure, because what successful investors tend to do is like only talk about when they're winning. So to another person or a newbie, it can come off as, what am I not doing?
I like that thinking, but what makes you think that successful investors tend to only speak about wins?
I think successful investors tend to often have a lot of wins. That's what they talk about often. I mean, if you're talking about losing all the time, it's because you're a loser, right?
Because even with Siboney, it was only being talked about when like the wins, when they sold it went up, and before that, like you never. And I think it's because you can't give the advice, so you won't necessarily just be talking about it.
I rate me. Because a long time I talk about Siboney. Before Siboney, I win for me. Personally.
Yeah, Tris, you just started
No, I'm saying I've been there for that Siboney conversation when it was a boring, nothing to go on feed. I was having it.
But you see, not a lot of persons, I guess, would follow up. But I don't think I follow you.
Most people don't. That's why most people aren't that good. That's why most people don't get the same returns.
And that is what I'm saying. A lot of fear, you can tell, is in.
But then that's not successful investors. That's not successful investors. Most successful investors.
And it would take a successful investor to tell them that. But them in themselves doing it, I guess it can feel flustering, like I'm not hearing any noise.
Because they've learned to look for because they decided that you should look for noise. But like for me, bother me because him saying to grow. If you to grow, you shouldn't be looking for noise. Noise is not the goal. And being able to know when the noise is gonna happen, it comes out of following that process. So that's what it is for me. So yeah, successful investor, an actually successful investor who actually knows about the market. Yeah, you actually follow what they say, but most people don't really want to hear that. Most people don't really listen to it. You see, every week there's some similar things that come out that you will pick up all the time the same way. That is not that the people aren't necessarily. It's not that the people aren't necessarily aware sometimes of it. It's that they just never think about it and they decide. They're not honest with themselves about what they want. Every long-term investor starts off saying that they're long-term investors and ends telling us about, yeah, but this happened way back in May. I think that's a couple of weeks ago. That's not that to say that they're not long-term investors, but it is to say that they're not long-term investors because they don't naturally think
a long timeline.
Yeah, it's what they think of as the long term is sometimes very comically short.
Yeah, May, when he said May, I was just like, that was just the other day.
But what I'm taking from that,
NCB persons made their big gains, it was really from persons who bought years back, who made
you
them real big.
No, you don't know. You can't say that either. That's not how the market works. Come on. The persons who bought NCB at 70 and sold it
at 200
at 150 a month later, that they weren't holding it for years. So I'm saying there's no hard and fast
with that timeline.
Yeah, but you don't know. You don't know the timeline. You don't know who you're buying from. You don't know who you're buying from. You don't know who you're selling to. You just today I was thinking that there's so much that happens because of at least what I mentally think of as that greater fool theory. But the greater fool is that the worst thing about it is the name, because it doesn't really mean that the person fool. It just means that the person have a different goal set up, a goal timeline than you. Yeah. And you're seeing it more and more with the retail. Think about it. He was kind of complaining that
spiritually not in a short-term movement when he wants a long-term movement from it. For one.
But he also want 20% by the end of this month.
Yeah.
For a portfolio but him talk about other gains that he make before, and those were just weeks ago. It wasn't making sense. Think about it though. Him complaining about Spur Tree at $3.99. Spur Tree 6 months ago was at $1. Like it was a big deal when Spur Tree got to $2 and $3.
Also, think about it too. Complain about that 1 to 3.99 6 months, what he wants from $4 now to $6 in maybe 2 years' time. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
What he's looking for is a lot of noise around the thing. I'm hoping that we talk about and we say a bunch of good things about Spur 3 and we point out some stuff about
That's what it
exotic.
sounds like.
Yeah, and then
And
lots
expect
of
like
people
I like
rush
him.
it.
I point to some noise to be coming soon
Yeah,
for his long term stock,
long
for
term.
his maybe 2 years from now stock. That's
At the end of this
that's
month.
not doing what you say you're doing.
At the end of this month. It's a common thing, and like if him really thinking that way, like if him thinking, let me trick them, let me talk. I don't care. Just let them talk about it. Okay, cool. If you're doing that, I hope that's what you're doing. But if you're not, if you're really thinking the way that you're saying, then you're setting yourself up for trouble because that is how you lose money.
So.
Yeah. That is how you lose money. That is how you say my goal for XYZ stock, my goal for the next IPO is to buy it at $1 and sell it at $3. And you buy it at IPO for $1 and then it starts to sink and it didn't go in the direction you expect. And how could this happen? Because every IPO always go up, right? The one that doesn't go up, you kind of get stuck. Or you go into an APO because APO sound like IPO. Like that's what happens if you follow the noise. You forget that a whole heap of times the noise is wrong. It's just straight wrong. And the way to know if the noise that you're hearing is noise or sense is to look at what the actual results are, not assume about them. What Tris, you sound like you're in the industry. Or you're close to the industry.
Boy, Randy, we've had this conversation.
You do remember? Just a lot
Danhai
of
does.
interest. I wouldn't really say I'm like in the industry, but just a lot of interest. What I also wanted to move into as a question, which you touched on, was the goal. You kept referring to him that he doesn't have a goal. Could you hypothetically just give like an example of a goal that you would say is realistically long term versus a short term goal?
I can help you the one. But what do you think of as what's the shortest amount of time you think of as long term? Tris?
Oh, I was talking with my mic off. I would say a month.
Long term?
Long term?
No, short term.
No. What is the shortest amount of time that you consider to be long term?
Oh, shortest 18 months.
All right. So if I were you and I wanted, what is with your skill level, like what's the most money you've ever made in terms of percentage gain in 18 months?
Haven't been investing that long, but currently, let me just pull up my money.
JA.com. Bad
What an app.
Yeah, man.
211%.
Woo! A strike on this.
Yeah, man. How did you make that 211?
Spreadery.
I love that.
Damn. All right.
So I come rub it in the boss face. I did that. Jano. On the bad stews. Love it.
This is a very odd or rare, I should say. I was in the reserve pool, so
yeah,
capitalize on it like crazy.
You took everything you could get?
Listen, everything.
Love that.
Smart moves, big moves.
Yeah, man. I really love that. So that's how you made it move. Okay, but that's a one-off from an IPO and you got a nice...
As I said, one-off.
All right. What do you think with your skill level you can make in a year?
Repeat that question.
In 1 year, what kind of percentage gain you think you can make with realistically you?
And I'm going to factor in IPOs because I feel
factor in anything you want to factor in.
Yep.
Boy, I'm gonna think it's hard to say 300%. Seeing how IPOs go.
Yeah, Danhai, I see what you go through.
Brother. Yeah. Tris. Don't stress me out.
You give me PTSD. Pardon?
You give me PTSD.
as I say, it for me is like interest, but like I don't, as I haven't been investing. Well, this will be 7 months.
All right. Well, let's
Because
say
and I'm looking at it singularly, so probably I can't do the entire year, but I'm looking at it from a singular one. So like dollar would be what 180% now. So let's say it goes up to 4, 5. That would give somebody a 300% for the entire year.
That's about all your money, not just a one stop. You take all the money investing, put it in the market, and a total return across all your money for a year.
Okay.
Tris, I know you never do grow yet, but cool.
No, I've never.
No, I can tell.
All right, let me say 130 then, like a 130%.
Let's work with 30%. Not that it's not that you can't make more. When I'm asking what you think you can make,
realistic.
No. It's realistic in terms of what you can deliberately make. You don't have to be an expert to buy an IPO and it went up. It went up. You didn't do anything. It just went up. It's like you buy a lottery and you
word
win.
now puts it into perspective for when he said deliberately. Because
yeah, well usually I thought, what do you think you can do? Maybe I wasn't clear enough. You're right. So what do you think that you could deliberately do with your effort?
I could deliberately do over a year. Okay, now you have me thinking. Because I would now have to watch the market, do my own strategy.
Yeah, man. Plan it out.
At 25%. Like deliberately, like since I would be pro, like I watch the market,
it's like
did
pool.
This before
it's
noise,
like you call the shot and then you met the shot
with my skill set, quote unquote.
Yes, ma'am. If you're the one doing it, is your skill set, yeah. So it's literally just with your skills.
Closing answer. 20-25%.
Cha-cha.
So 25. I'll go 25.
Yo, the second it was on your actual skill set, it dropped from 300 to 25.
Yeah, because here the example I give you was the IPO, like that.
No, I like what you're saying. You're being realistic, and I respect that. That's what should happen.
That's why when Randy said deliberate, I said that shift my mindset. Like, okay, deliberate now means I make a goal. I said this is what I'm gonna invest. These are the moves I'm gonna. Notes on me and not the market so much. I need backups benefiting.
There we go. And you think 25%. So I think 25% in 18 months is a good long-term goal for you.
Yep.
That's what I think of as a long-term goal for you. When I'm doing my long-term goal, I do it off me.
And your skill set. That's fair.
Yeah. That's the truth. And that's why it's also hard for me to answer. Because I know when people ask it, I know what they're really asking, right? I really know what they're really asking. Like, I'm not being fooled. I'm not really being, I can't be smart and foolish, all this, but I can. But not in this. I'm not being fooled. I know what they're really asking. They want to know what can really go on at the market. That is actually why you don't hear a lot of gains. If you actually listen to it, at least on this platform, I can speak for myself, I can speak for things that I have said here. We don't actually talk a lot about what we actually can do and do in
yes, certainly not.
Yeah, like if we wanted to, we could come here and boast every week and boast properly. But it wouldn't help. It would turn off a lot of people because people assume that they can't do it and they think it's beyond them. And it don't really help them. Versus when I like you, I'm sure there's at least one person listening now go, wow, I never thought of that before. And they found value in the fact that maybe they also thought of 300. But just like how you laid it out, when you're thinking about you setting out the play for yourself and you doing the actual thing, 300 became 25.
And that is why I could pick up that from the guy that was speaking previously. It's because I could like relate a little bit. So even though in my head I'm thinking, probably I wouldn't really like expect that, but if it happened, it'd be like, all right. So I could pick up that it was really fair. Like he's saying, what are these persons doing that I'm not doing? Like he was living in the fear of it and not the reality.
That's what happens when you live on the noise.
What you did very quickly was
right. Also,
you did the second most important part of investing, honesty with self. Him going for some big guns, any team can get hope. There's a lot of hope in talking with. A lot of the market can do this for me, so I'm going to run do it because I know it can happen. But a big part of it happening is you doing it. If you can't do it, you can't do it. he couldn't get the go in 6 months, 6 months or 3 months, 6 months, whatever it was. And then 1 month is now, imagine that. I couldn't do it in 6, but I would do it in 1. That's a lot of confidence. Boy, if he's doing what he says he's doing, then Godspeed. I'm not gonna need it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a dangerous thing, and it doesn't sound good. It sounds so very esoteric. Like, yeah, what I need to do? No, I buy the thing, and if my goal is 30%, I can't even say it the way the people say it, because I think of it how I think it should be thought of. My goal is 30%, and so I bought a 30% stock, or I bought a 60% stock. Versus I bought a stock and I think it can give me like 80%. So I stay in it. My goal is to stay in it. I'm willing to wait at least 2 years to get the 80%.
That's crazy.
So then when you ask a goal, they say my goal is to make at least 80% from this stock in 2 years. That's not really a goal. But I will know that because if you get 80% in 2 weeks, you don't come out. You go, well, I wonder what can happen in 2 years then if I got it in 2 weeks.
Facts.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, because suddenly that's not really a goal. That's a reality. It's a very subtle thing, but it is at the root of accidental profit, and that's the most dangerous profit. At least that's how I see it, Tris. So Tris, since you honor you're the last person, tell us what's outside of Spurtree, what else has been your what's been the worst stock for you then?
Signals.
This year?
Oh my god.
No.
Signals.
Yo, she said it and
Signals.
oh my god, same time.
The funny thing is,
Understand.
it went back up the other day, and I said, okay, let's try to get it to what I bought it for, so I can just like not lose.
Oh, so how
Back
did I get it there? How did I get it there?
What were you asking? What price I got it at?
No, you said let's get it back to what they bought that. So how would you get it back there?
Just watching the market to see when I need to sell.
Oh, careful.
So you just that's just vibes.
Right
Just
away.
wait and see.
Huh?
So anything, when you reach there.
Yeah, but it's like now you guys have me thinking, what else is there to do?
There's a lot that you are doing dangerous
That's
stuff.
right,
You're doing exactly what you're talking about the guy doing before, you know. Remember, just wait and see then. If it reach back, I sell it back. Suppose it don't reach back for like the next 6 years.
Oh, you have a point. Because it's fluctuating between like 14 and 15, so I'm just like, all right, I want it to touch back 15 before
ask yourself what would take it to 15, when it will happen, and if that's good for you. If you can't answer any of that, then you're in problems.
But that's the thing with the market. It's the people who drive it, so I can't even like.
So figure out what the people doing. Why would the people buy that? Why would the people sell it? Why would somebody get up and buy signals at 15? No.
Right.
If them can buy it at 14 now, what would make somebody say, I'm going to buy it at 15?
Okay. All right.
I
think I saw something today that says to understand the market. Probably it was early on this program too. Like you have to understand how people think and like.
Man, that sounds like something from the program for you.
Get behind how they're thinking, and then you can work from your end goal coming out.
That sound like that sound like an understanding. Then that don't mean that they don't link that. Don't tie them into your goal. Yes, base your goal on them, on your needs, and pay attention to them. But don't make the mistake of tying it in the same way we tie the stock on our goal. So my goal is for the stock to sell the stock at $18 in 6 months. Yeah.
You want to make X amount of money by X amount of time. This stock will move X amount by X amount of time, so it will either be the right vehicle or not.
Exactly.
Yeah, makes sense.
You should come to grow. Trust me, it's worth it. And I think you'll find that it's worth it, and it might be very, very useful for you, I think. And for everybody else listening. I mean, grow this month, I think, will actually be a very, very good. Well, it's actually the anniversary month, July. So I think I started grow at July 3 or 4 years ago. I forgot back into 2019. 21, 22, 3 years ago. Wow. Damn. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So you should probably come and and the grow, I think you'll learn a lot from it, and it might just shift a lot of your thinking already right there. What's one thing you're excited about for the rest of the year? Since I said one, I'll ask you one. One stock from your perspective. You don't have to be an expert. Just whatever you know.
Boy, I going sound cliche, but I want to say dollar.
Why? Not that there's anything wrong with dollar. It's just, why?
I mean, I feel like anytime I watch the interviews with so I like the idea that the founder is the one like heading the company. His enthusiasm, and I feel like whenever I watch the interviews, they really do sell me into the company. So, just their growth opportunities.
Like what?
And their expansion. So into Guyana, and then the possible other two, I think it was Panama and another one. And I'm just excited to see where that goes.
Okay. And you got it. You bought shares after IPO? Because I'm assuming you bought in IPO.
Yeah, I did buy into the IPO.
You bought after?
Bought after. I have my limit set. So whenever that hits, I guess my trade will go through.
Can I ask you what price you limited?
230.
Alright.
As in, that's where you will buy? I suppose it never goes to 230.
Or that make me say, imagine that. Suppose if you see that at 230, would you be okay with that? It's at 290 now and holding firm. Suppose it drop to 230.
If I'd be okay at buying at that price?
No, if you see it drop to 230, would be concerned that it's falling that far?
No. Just because of my goals for that particular stock. Like, I genuinely believe it's a holding stock, so no.
What does that mean, a holding stock?
Something I can hold on to long term.
That's interesting now. So long term is what? Give me a long term. 18 months? What's really long term for you there? For me,
in my mind, I'm just like, all right, no matter how much you pay, I'm giving it a fair chance. So a year. By the end of the year, even like how much it has grown to, then we can reevaluate. But right now, I don't like the drops.
So there's a stress.
Yeah. Because one, you're predicting the future movement based on the past movement of the share price. The share price isn't magic. That's not how it works. Two, all right, if it goes well, where do you think it will go by the end of the year?
I honestly can't speak to it.
Then how will you know that it's good at the end of the year?
And then how you know it's good at 230?
I'm giving it that space to prove.
To prove what though? Because you don't have a price that represents proof.
So what I mean?
So you wanted like a minimum to say like if it goes below that, then that's kind of like its indication that.
No, what I want to hear is for you.
If you buy it at X, what's the money you're looking to make?
Yeah, what's the price at which you'll say, yes, I should sell this thing?
If it starts to go anywhere below where I bought it for, at least 50% above that, so 150.
So if you buy it for 230.
No, so right now I bought it for $1. So for every time I buy something, I watch that. So even as I said with signals, once it doesn't go below what I bought it for, I tend to stay in. If it trickles too far below, like more than 50%, I'll sell. So right now with it being at 290 and I would buy for 230, let's say if it goes 180, then I would look to sell because now it's way below what I bought it for.
All right, that's so dangerous. I'm so sorry. That's so dangerous what you're saying.
Yeah, stress me.
Yeah.
Wow.
But then the next part, if you bought it and it went well, what would that price be where you look at it and you say, yeah, it's so great?
Okay, good now, we can cut. Okay, after I want it from this, what point you get out?
I always aim for 150. Once I double or 150, yeah.
So you're just flipping.
So 100 out. And not necessarily deliberately. Just if you go on, it go on.
I'm sorry, you cut off. Repeat that.
So you're flipping, but not deliberately. If it go on, if that means that, when you tap me, tap. Whenever I tap me, tap.
Yeah, I suppose.
Wow, you hear how dangerous that is? Because that's your money you're talking about, you know.
Facts.
Like, that's so dangerous. Suppose you bought the dollar at 230. Suppose it fell to 230. You bought it at 230. It got to, I went to 5 by October 11th. What would you do?
So in my mind is to always take out, like if it looking like jumping like that, I take out my initial. So I feel like anything excess, I can allow it to do it up and down.
How much you take
No,
out?
see,
What's that point
The
where you take
100
out
for
the
like,
initial?
so let's say I invested 15,000 and it went to 40, I take out my 15,000. The excess can do what it's doing.
You
and
invested
then I
at
can
$1.
manage that.
You invested at $1 and it's currently at $2.92. You haven't sold.
No, currently no.
So that's not true. What you say you do is not what you really do.
I did that for my other 2 stocks. This one, as I say, I just think I want to give it the space. I want to keep as many units to really watch it. So I haven't done that.
That is a dangerous thing that you're saying there, my dear. Dangerous.
I can't understand how.
I know, and the problem is when you learn the hard way. It's in your wallet. You learn.
yeah, that's it. That's it.
You understand how? Because you're watching signals. And you're down on signals, but you're watching it same way. And you're not even that far down. You say you bought at what? 15 and it's down to 14?
I bought it at 15 something, I think 1560 or 1540.
Oh. And it's down to 14.40 now. And you're just watching to see how when it get back to 16 you might get out.
Or what I bought it for. Yeah.
I suppose it doesn't go there for 6 years.
So that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't sit there and wait, like watch it go 13, like way below. Once it starts to hit more than, so it's down by what, $1 now? If it all want to touch 13, then I'm out. I'll take the smaller losses than to watch and wait. Or whatever.
50%,
whatever is happening in the media, in the news.
Suppose there's nothing happening in the news.
Then I just go with my gut.
You need to find back the person that was talking before you and tell him, I am sorry. I apologize. Because you're doing the exact same thing. You're the parents right there. It's so dangerous what you're saying. All right, think about this. Somebody with that attitude has been waiting in Cygnus from 2020 when they bought it at $25 per share. It's now 2 years later. It's now 2 years later and it's at $14 per share and them just waiting for it to reach back 25 so them can exit. Like that's how those things happen. Like you said that you like 13, you're at 14, but you wouldn't allow it to go too far now. This thing can drop very quickly, you know. Like by the time you hear about the drop, you might not be able to get out below 10. Look at that. Monday, Cygnus can drop to $12 per share, $12.11 per share. That's what it can sell to. And the breaker will even fly. If that happened, how long before it gets back up to even the 15 where you bought it? And when the market, attacking the market in a real way is something that I don't know. Attacking the market in a real way is something that when you get it, you realize how dangerous the things that you're saying now are, and you understand why. Also, like Danhai say, if you're good at the market, you're not going to be talking about bad things because they're not really happening to you like that. If you're good at the market, you're good at the market. The market is not an accidental thing. It's not very surprising. The only thing surprising on the market sometimes is the people. Sometimes. Yeah, Tris. I worried, Tris. I don't want nothing to happen to you in the body. Not that I think anything will happen. Let me add. But I feel
just
like
careful.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I was talking to myself again.
No.
Yeah. But Tris, I don't want to scare you, but you should be a little scared because your money is on the line. yeah, you should be a little scared because your money's online. You want to approach it with a little bit. How you're approaching it now is like you're sitting in the taxi and you're saying, let me see if he might drive go where I want him go. And I'm saying, but what are the signs that you'll know that he's going where you want him go? I don't really know. So where you want to go? I don't really know. But if him go, I won't go halfway through. But if him reach, if him turn off, yeah, and if him turn off and go all the way up Manor Park, I watch him. And if him reach all the way up at Stony Hill, if him go Stony Hill, then I jump out. Trace, but no, might not get to jump out. It's a real thing. So I want you to be very, very, very cognizant of your goal when you invest in, and not just you, everybody listening. I say this stuff because I know that for every one person that's saying something, there's like 100 other people listening or watching who have the exact same thinking. So yeah, please, I don't want you to get too much stress. With that said, Danhai, thank you. I don't know if you have anything else you want to say about the half year, Danhai, because I'm going to call time on tonight.
No, man hungry.
Yeah, I'm pretty hungry
so.
too. Yeah,
No,
so.
same. I am off for this. But Trish, if you get in any reserve pools, let me know. We can work out something.
Yeah, Trish, yo, that's a shortcut. If you don't want to have to do all of that, just bring in Danhai and he will help you, because him legally can help you and he will also help guide you properly. And I like that when you did get the chance, you did the right thing. You max out the opportunity in a reserve.
Yep, makes sense.
So big up you for that, because I hope people don't do that. So big up you for that.
Trust me.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you. It's been another Brick Talk. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope next week you choose to join us. You have something to talk about. I'm sure we'll have something exciting to talk about next week. Maybe next week we look forward, or maybe who knows? Maybe we'll have something exciting or something. There's always something happening in the market. Big up, thank you, Danhai, for doing this with me. Thank you to everybody who thank you for everybody who joined in and gave a point or sent a message or sent a tweet or shared the session. And we'll see you next week. It's another Brick Talk. Thank you and good night. And also thank you and good night to you people on